Lost but not alone. Bellini gives them a place, a new island they call home. Under the tropical sun, stories begin to flow. Contestants old and brave find a new kind of glow. According to Lee, she's got a plan. Rescue the fallen with a wave of her hand. According to Lee, sun-kissed and free, a home for the broken, out on the sea. Cameras have gone away, but new lights start to shine. In her presence they stay, in this new life they find. According to Lee, she's got a plan. Rescue the fallen with a wave of her hand. According to Lee, sun-kissed and free, a home for the broken, out on the sea. Cameras have gone away, but new lights start to shine. In her presence they stay, in this new life they find. According to Lee, she's got a plan. Rescue the fallen with a wave of her hand. According to Lee, sun-kissed and free, a home for the broken, out on the sea. No one put you here, just love and care. Fertile islands come, but your heart finds its way.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. How's everybody doing? Y'all good? Everybody, y'all good? Y'all good? Hope everybody's good. Thank you guys for showing up and showing out. I appreciate that so much. I don't know if you guys saw my community post that I put up, but I think pretty much the ones of you that are here right now probably have your bells clicked, your notifications on. But I put up that, you know, to please, please, please have your notifications turned on, because from here on out, there's going to be things coming out of the Kohberger case. We're 6 months away from trial. And yes, the day before, now this is already what, Friday. But on Wednesday, the judge made rulings on everything that happened in court 2 weeks ago. The DNA that they wanted thrown out, the IGG, they wanted all that thrown out, right? They didn't want the jury to hear none of that. The judge came back with his ruling. So there's gonna be a lot going on from here to Lynn. It's gonna come up. So if I wait only until Wednesday to put it out, we're gonna get way behind on everything. Way behind on everything. And I don't want to do that. So if there is some kind of judgment that comes out, I know they're going to be releasing some of the documents of the closed hearings that they have had. They're going to be releasing redacted copies of those. There's just different things that, I mean, we're on the downhill now. So everything's going to be coming out, and I want to get it put out there for those that care and are going to be following, and that are following the case like we are. And while still continuing to break down the case and understand, you know, evidence and different stuff that's going on before trial. So there's going to be whenever something comes out, I'm going to be doing a pop-up live on it. So make sure if you want to be here for those, I never know when it's going to happen. It's just going to happen. Make sure that your notifications are on. I know some people get the notifications, some people don't. I've talked to YouTube about it. They don't care. Nobody cares. They don't care. Um, there's always an excuse after excuse after excuse about why people don't get notifications. If for some reason you're not getting a notification to me or any other creator, unsubscribe for 2 seconds and then subscribe back, and hopefully it'll reset. I know that's worked for some people here that has not gotten notifications before. Yeah, Pink Fan says I got unsubbed. MJD, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Yes, and that's true too. Just like what Pink Fan says. Sometimes for whatever reason, YouTube will unsub you and you don't even know you're unsubbed. That is true. I don't know what goes on. They need, I mean, I don't know. I have no clue. All right. Hello, bees. She's dealing with flooding. Oh, God. I hope you get that fixed, girl. Thank you for being here. MJD, I hope I explained that to you. DTR, hello. Aussie True Crimes in the building. Hello. Attitude Mental Positivia. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in here. Oh, wow. I thank you guys so much for being here. Digital Maniac. He's really into this. I got to get you on panel with me. Digital Maniac. Have you ever done panels before? You are really knowledgeable about this case, or you're one of the ones that keeps me on my toes and actually, gives me things to think about and to research. So I appreciate you being here for these, and I really would like your take up on panel. I know we would love to hear from you. You never got post notifications. I don't ever get post notifications from nobody. Nobody. No other creators. I don't know if that's a thing. Are you supposed to? Coey. Coey. Hello, Lulu. YouTube is glitching out. Just join membership. You never get lost. Melly Joe, hello. You're a member and you still got unsubbed. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I don't know. Never get community post notifications. I don't even get those from other creators. Never. Never. In fact, I think so many people just don't even know about the community posts because I don't think does anybody get community post notifications? It's so weird. Oh my goodness. We're up to 18 degrees here. This morning it was 5. So we're having a little bit of a heat wave. I don't get community post notifications either. See, I don't get it. Maybe it's not a thing. Maybe I get them in emails. Oh, I don't even get that. It's weird. I don't know. I don't understand YouTube. I think that as big of a platform as it is, that you would think that they'd have everything worked out. It's not far different there in Michigan. Good morning, RC. You're hooked up, girl. Oh God, you guys, little girls just drive me crazy. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start this. Thank you, Jesus, that I have a dog that makes me get up every 5 minutes and move my blood around so she can go outside and make the house freeze more. All right, so yeah, you guys put your milestones in. Pinkfin has been a member for 8 months. Put your milestones in. Tell us where you're at in your membership. If you guys want to join membership, it is $5. I know that's a lot. It's like on the high side, but we're a small channel. All I try to do with my memberships, you guys, I never take money. I think everybody here already knows that. There's nobody here that doesn't know me. Um, I only use that money to pay for StreamYard. That's it. That's it. I don't take, and Lindley's been it for 9 months. You guys put your milestones in. Let me see. 9 months, Aussie. All right. Thank you guys so much. Listen, I know it's on the high. Most people just do $1.99, but they have bigger communities. And I never wanted to get over, it wasn't ever my goal to get over 1,000. I don't have to keep repeating this. You guys already know. But if you want to join membership, I know it's a little bit high, but I promise I never take any money. Never, never. In fact, and I will tell you this kind of stuff, true crime stuff that is still, and I don't do much of it, but ones that are still cases that are open like this, where the families do not have any kind of justice, I never monetize them. So monetization looks a lot different over here. Basically, the only thing that I monetize are when Maggie and I are being silly. Believe me, we're not making any money off of that shit. And of course my memberships and and even when I get like a PayPal or whatever, all that money stays in there. And then I use that. Everything that comes in here, I use just to pay for StreamYard. And that's all I ever do because it's not a job to me. So I'm not looking to become rich off YouTube. Okay, this little girl and I are going to fight because she wants Newt to go outside with her. He doesn't want to go outside. Go on, baby. Go potty. Go. Come on. Look, Newt's out there chasing the rabbit. You missed it. Come on. I see it on the other side. Go. Come on, baby. Oh my God, it's a sheet of ice out here, you guys. Come on. No wonder she probably doesn't want to go. Well, that's got to be, I don't know what, we need to put some ice melt down there because that's a sheet of ice. Thank you, Mary Jane Doe. Let's see, 8 months. I think, Mary Jane, I know you've been one for 9 months. Zara, you followed this since day one. It's good to see you, Zara. Kohberger was set up. Well, stick around. Let's talk about it together. All right. So, it's been about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I can't. Y'all, it all runs together. You know how we do here. It all runs together. They were back in court, both sides with Kohberger, and they were asking for a Frank's motion. Now, before I go on with that, some people don't understand what a Frank's motion is. We're going to find out. So let's find out exactly, because you hear that a lot in trials, in the big trials. They want Frank's motions, you guys. So let's look up what a Frank's motion is, and then from there we can go on. So we all have an understanding of what the defense is searching for here. A Frank's hearing is a court proceeding where the defendant can challenge the validity of a search warrant by arguing that the police officer who obtained it provided false or misleading information in their affidavit, essentially allowing the defendant to prove that the officer lied to get the warrant. If successful, evidence obtained from the search could be excluded from the case. Here's some key points about the Franks hearing. The purpose is to determine if the police officer knowingly made false statements or recklessly disregarded the truth when applying for a search warrant. The origin of this was named after a landmark case called Franks versus Delaware. What is challenged is the defendant challenges the information presented in the affidavit used to obtain the search warrant. Burden of proof, the defendant, not the prosecution this time, because it's never the prosecution asking for a Franks hearing. It's always the defendant. So the defendant has the burden of proof that the false statements were material to establishing probable cause for the search. And the potential outcome for a Franks hearing would be if the defendant successfully proves the officer lied, the evidence obtained through the search warrant may be suppressed and cannot be used against them in court. So as we all know, they were all in court, and his lead attorney, Ann Taylor, my friend, she's not really my friend, I don't like her, put out several key points that they wanted a Franks hearing over because they wanted certain things thrown out of this case. And they did not want the jury to hear it. Okay. So they presented several motions to the court. And then what happens from there is the judge rules on them. Usually it takes them a couple days. In this case, it did. And then he gives his ruling over it. And Wednesday, all of that was released in the form of what looks like it's another PDF. So I haven't read the PDF. I know parts of it, just because of what all I watch and what all I research. I do know parts of it, but I have not read through the whole thing. Yes, there are things in this PDF that we didn't know about. So if you pay attention to some of the court docs that are coming out, you will be like, wow, I didn't know that they had that, or wow, I didn't know that about this case. So yeah, there was a couple things in here. I was like, uh-oh. Zara says we can disagree and still like each other. People, let's not become true usual crime community full of hatred. Oh, no. Listen, I don't mind having discussions. Nobody has to agree with me on Jack or Jill. We just have to be respectful in the way we put it. His orders from Amazon, right? Yes, he wanted all that deleted. He did not. Why would you care? I know why he cares. Well, I think I know why he cares, that he doesn't want his Amazon records brought up. Yeah, how did the hair turn out? I want to know too. Did you send me a picture? I told you to send me a picture. All right, can I get my dogs in and then we'll start? Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll start playing this. It's bleached, all spotty, but the dark pink color will go over it good. Oh, when you get done with it, send me a picture. I want to see it. I can't believe you do your own hair. I think that is fabulous. You do a good job too. All right, I'm going to start playing this. This is just going to break down everything that's going on. Lenny, I was laughing my ass off your live from yesterday. Funny as fuck. Oh my God, Pink Fan, I had such a bad headache. I didn't know. I gave up. Could you tell? Could you tell exactly where I gave up on that live? I sent lunch lady a message on the side and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I can't even take control of this anymore. I just couldn't. Is that the, wait, did we do 2 lives yesterday? I can't remember. Are we talking, I don't know. Were we talking about with all those people up on, oh, okay, you are talking about that. Yeah, I lost control. Pink fan, it was terrible. I just sat here with my head on my desk like a student, like, oh God, please get me out of this test. And then I finally messaged lunch lady. I was like, I can't, I just, but I was already so tired. You know what I mean? So I couldn't just, without sounding like a complete bitch. Um, yeah, without sounding like a complete bitch, I just let her take over it because I was just at the point where I just want to say, shut the fuck up and go away. But then, you know, yeah. All right. Let me do this because I can grab my dogs while this is playing. This is just a synopsis. From Court TV. Do you guys mind? Will somebody in chat? Yes, thank you, Melly Joe. Already thinking what I needed to see. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and float the boat. Float the boat. There we go. All right. Let me pull this up. This can start playing. You guys, I'm going to have to stop it and talk. You know, I'm going to have to comment in between it. And I hate doing it. And I know y'all hate hearing it, but I don't need another slap on the wrist. So let's do this. This kind of gives a summary about, at least I thought it did. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. This kind of gives a summary about what the judge, what he ruled on. And then we'll go into the affidavit and kind of break it down ourselves a little bit. Not the affidavit, the PDF. All right, here we go. This is a little lengthy, I think. How long is this? 6. It's 8 minutes. Let me see if I could put it on 125. Let me know if this is okay for you guys. I usually listen to everything on 150. So hopefully this won't be, this will at least cut it down to like 6 minutes.
Let's talk about an update in the Kohberger case. A judge has declined to throw out key evidence in the case against Brian Kohberger. Major ruling on Wednesday. Judge Stephen Hippler denied the defense's request to exclude DNA and other genetic evidence from Kohberger's upcoming murder trial. The defense was looking to suppress that evidence, which was seen to directly link Kohberger to the crime scene. Yeah, it did. It's his DNA on that snap on the knife sheath. The judge ruled that Kohberger's rights were not violated and police behaved properly when they gathered that evidence. They used genealogy websites to do it. The judge also ruled against 3 other defense motions, objecting to the way that warrants were issued. They wanted a lot of this evidence suppressed, including the cell phone data. Judge said, nope, let's let the jury decide. We'll continue to monitor developments in this case as they get ready for trial coming up later this year. Jacqueline Goodman, I don't know how up to speed you are on this, the defense filings in this case. They basically were saying, listen, you guys used genealogy to get to Kohberger's dad, then you connected the dots and you got it to Kohberger. All of that is fruit from the poisonous tree. You can't use it. Judge said, sorry, it's coming in. Your thoughts on the judge's ruling to allow basically the game-changing evidence that Brian Kohberger's DNA was on that knife sheath snap?
Yeah, game-changing is the right words for this. I mean, look, the DNA bombshell ruling means that the DNA on that knife sheath that apparently belongs to Brian Kohberger is going to come into evidence. And that's a very, very difficult hill for the defense to climb, to try to allege that this DNA was in fact not Brian Kohberger's, or it was there by coincidence, or there's some other reason why his DNA was on the knife sheath. So the rulings by the court, look, they're not all that controversial, to be honest with you. For the Fourth Amendment issues, we've got to have several elements that seem, at least by the court's ruling, not to have been met by the defense. But the defense has got to make every argument in this death penalty case that might somehow get them to have less evidence that is so damning as to Brian Kohberger's presence at the scene and, in fact, possession of the weapon that was used to kill these young people. So he's got to have a right to privacy in the evidence that they are seeking to suppress. And you're right, there has to be some kind of official overreach in order for there to be a deterrent effect by the use of that suppression remedy. And so the court is saying, no, sorry, it comes in next issue. The court, again, as that gatekeeper, is saying, this is not something that is all that controversial. You haven't made the showing that he had a right to privacy in this.
Gotta stop it. Zara brought up some interesting points. She said, DNA, what? The knife sheath? Jesus, he must have been a ninja. It wasn't even traceable. Had to go to 3 different labs before genetic confirmation. Ridiculous. I'll be back if you want to open a panel on this, and let me know. So many people covered this from start. Embarrassing. I don't know what embarrassing, if I should be embarrassed or they or what. You got to be more specific on that. Her nose. I don't. Did you all notice the change in Brian's physical look at his last court appearance? He is trying to alter his look like Richard Allen did. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Lulu, for putting that in chat. Zara, we will be having open panels. I need to get out as much as this. Yeah, the only thing I'm going to ask is that please don't send me other people's, like other creators' work. But if you could send me documentation where it's proven, because that's all I'm doing. I'm not, I mean, everybody knows that I believe him to be guilty, but I am using police information, family information, document information, things like that. I'm not using hearsay when I put this out. When I do give my opinion on something, I completely say it's my opinion. So I'm not just talking about this and not putting out any evidence that they're not using in court. And if it's in court and they were denied already the Franks motion, which means that the judge says, no, that absolutely is lawful the way that they did it, and they've already proven it, and they did it right to obtain the search warrants. You are free to search that plus its adopted family, one biological. Okay. Yeah, the defense has never said ever that their client is innocent. Ever. All right, let me keep going with this so we're not going to get through it. Where am I? Where am I? What am I?
Information, and that the police and the prosecution overreached and denied him that right to privacy is guaranteed under the Fourth Amendment. So that evidence is coming in. And if the evidence comes in, it is very damning for Mr. Kohberger.
Another motion that the judge denied was a motion to exclude one of the surviving roommates that was interviewed several times by law enforcement over the time post murders and told various stories to different people according to the defense. And in this case, the judge said, okay, well, that's what cross-examination is for. And the jury will be able to decide the credibility of this witness who may or may not have been under the influence of alcohol, et cetera, et cetera. Right decision there, too. Let her testify and let the jury decide.
Again, this is the judge's purview. He's got wide discretion to determine whether the jury gets to hear this evidence. And the judge is going to be concerned about whether the evidence is credible and is there a prejudicial effect by the evidence. In other words, if it's too crazy and we put it in front of the jury, might the jury give it the wrong amount of weight? Might the jury misunderstand this kind of evidence? We see that with, for example, with doctors and experts that come in and they might have no foundation for their opinions, but jurors might wrongly think that they have some sort of heightened credibility. And so a court is going to be careful before they let in any piece of evidence in front of the jury. The defense is arguing that the credibility question is at issue because she's given multiple statements, and some of them are, at least according to the defense, inconsistent. And they're also saying that she didn't have a foundation. Much like with an expert witness, they're saying if she was under the influence of alcohol or some other intoxicant or something that would affect her ability to both perceive or recall the events, then her testimony, because she was a recipient witness, is going to have so much weight with this jury. And maybe they shouldn't hear from her. Maybe they shouldn't hear from someone who might have been testifying now from things like suggestion and a memory that has been created in the time when she believes, now looking through this new lens, that Brian Kohberger is in fact the assailant. So the court has to consider whether that testimony should be in front of the jury or whether it's just too prejudicial and the jury's going to see it and make more of it than they ought to. The judge's ruling, however, was that these are the issues for cross-examination. The cross-examination is going to go to her ability to perceive, her ability to recall, whether she was under the influence at the time that she perceived, how long did she perceive, was the lighting correct, why, at what point did you determine that it was this person who did these things? And they're going to have to go through her statements one after the other and compare them to one another. The defense has to do this in every case to undermine the story or the claim of that particular witness. I think in this case, the defense is very concerned by the fact that she's the one and only recipient witness to some parts of this event. And so they're concerned that the jury is going to give her too much credibility.
Yeah, she's got a horror story to tell, that's for sure. And all eyes will be on her when she tells it. One of the things that we learned from this filing, apparently she told one of the investigators that she believed that Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the victims killed upstairs, came down the stairs and then went back up the stairs, presumably then went up to her death after and during this horrible scenario. Finally here, from the defense standpoint, they know they're going to lose most of this. This is all about saving a life, is it not? He's facing the death penalty if convicted. They want as much to be on the record now because this will be poured over by the appellate process because it's a death penalty. These are automatic appeals, and the more they throw out there, the more there is to, frankly, maybe get lucky on the back end because their goal is to save this man's life.
Among the defense bar, we sometimes call it trial psychosis. I'm not saying that's true here, but defense lawyers really actually don't believe that we're going to lose. I don't think by the time we get to trial, we're thinking we're definitely coming in to lose. I mean, definitely it's a possibility, but I don't even think that this defense team has been behaving as though they're coming in to lose this case. What they're talking about in these motions have merit. It's an uphill battle, that's for sure, but these things have merit. And if they had been successful on any of these, then definitely they were game changers. But the judge has been consistently ruling against them. And so they do have a difficult time with this jury. But if they lose, then certainly they are here to be saving a life. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
All right. There's that. Now, the reason why I use that, I know Zara was like, use something else other than Court TV. Newt, go lay down, buddy. Go lay down. The reason why I use that one is because it wasn't biased either way. That's why. That's why I mean, I could have gone to other people that are, that are part of this case, but they're biased, and I'm not gonna do that. I want to give you both sides. You're the 13th juror. You use it as well as you want to. That's the good part about being the 13th juror, is that we get to hear shit that hopefully the 12 that are going to make a decision have not been able to hear. Can you imagine? Do you guys remember the trial that I was telling you guys I was just watching, where he killed his mom and he claimed self-defense, and the jury wasn't allowed to know that just a while prior he had killed his father and claimed self-defense. Can you imagine? And the jury wasn't allowed to hear it, but can you imagine what the jury thought afterwards? Would they have thought, wait a second, so he got off on 2 different murders, both parents, self-defense, and he's got all of these emotional problems and stuff. Yeah, so I would hate to be a juror and have to find out later that I might have missed the point. But listen, you're only allowed to make a ruling on what you hear in the courthouse. So, all right. Well, we're gonna, let's see. Joyce, you're still sick, girl. You got that flu or you got the C word? No, it's okay, Zara. I don't mind people having an opinion, but all I'm asking is I'm coming at all of you guys with facts. I'm not coming at you with my biased opinion. I'm giving you both sides of it. Both sides of it. And so if you're going to give me whatever side you're going to give me, I'm just like, give me some facts. I don't want someone's opinion, who believe, if you're watching, someone who says, well, I believe them to be guilty, and you're just giving them why that creator thinks that they're guilty, that's not facts. So if you could give me facts based on facts, then I'll go with it. I mean, I won't go with it personally, but it's something to take into account. And according to Leany, at gmail.com. That's my email address. Doctor says a virus, you're on your meds. Oh, wow. Jury should see and hear everything. That's what Ann says. Hey, Ann, good to see you. Zara, I do hope your kids do feel better as well. Everybody's sick. Everybody's sick. All right, let's, like I said, I have not read the judge's orders all the way through, or his response, his ruling all the way through. I've got bits and pieces. Little girl, go lay down. I've got bits and pieces of it, but I wanted to read it with you because I wanted to get our reactions kind of together. Your hubby gave it to you. Sharon is Karen. Sharon is Karen. Touch wood, I'm not, but we have thick snow today, first in 4 years. Congratulations. You can have all of this here. It's freezing here. I love snow, but I don't love the ice, and I don't love I don't love the the sub-zero temperatures. All right, let's see. We're gonna pull this up, and let's go over this together. Just so the mods know, I cannot see chat when I am looking at this. So I'm depending on y'all, as always, as I do every day. Every day. Some of this, that's just same things we've heard over and over again. I'm going to try to skip through those parts and just get to the what they presented to the judge and what the judge's ruling is on it, so that we can, because it's a lot. So let me try. I will try to poop. I think that's as big as I can make it, guys. Sorry about that. All right. Of course, this is the district court and the 4th Judicial District of the state of Idaho. You guys know this has been moved to Ada County. It's no longer in Latah County. It's actually the same courtroom that the Daybells are being tried in. This is the introduction to it. Defendant is charged with 1 count. We already know that he's 1 count of burglary, 4 counts of murder. So I'm just going to leave that there. Defendant is requesting a Frank's hearing, claiming law enforcement initially or recklessly misinterpreted and or omitted several material facts in their probable cause affidavit supporting various search warrant applications. These misrepresentations or omissions, according to the defendant, affect the validity of 17 different search warrants. The state responds that defendant has failed to make the requisite substantial preliminary showing under Frank's that 1, law enforcement either made a false statement or omitted material information knowingly and intentionally, or with reckless disregard for the truth, and 2, that the false statements or omissions were necessary to finding a probable cause. So that's what we're here for. A hearing on defendant's motion was held on January 23rd, 2025. In the interest of evidentiary efficiency, the court permitted a full Franks hearing on the motion only insofar as it pertained to alleged omission of information regarding defendant's identification through the investigation genetic genealogy, which is the IgG report. On the remaining challenges, the court permitted argument on defendant's proffer as to whether defendant had satisfied the burden to warrant a subsequent Franks hearing. Remember, he said that it's their burden of proof. If they want a Franks hearing, then they have to prove that everything that was put in the affidavit to have him arrested, everything that was put in the probable cause, that it was misleading or not factual. The court then took the matters under advisement. The court concludes that the search warrants are not invalid based on the omission of the defendant's identification through IgG because the information would have only bolstered probable cause for the searches. As to the remaining challenges, the court finds defendant as failed to carry his preliminary burden under Franks and therefore denies his motion for a Franks hearing. Standard 2, in a Franks motion, the trial court's determination as to whether the representation of a false and whether a misrepresentation or omission was made knowingly or intentionally with reckless disregard for the truth are factual determinations reviewed under a clearly erroneous standard. And then it gives different case reports there that they use different case statutes and stuff there to make his ruling with. The analysis is for the search warrant to be valid, it must be based on a probable cause. And then once again, they give case study right there for it. Supreme Court held that the defendant can void a search warrant and suppress the fruits of the search warrant when the affidavit used to produce the warrant contains, and we already know all that, we got it. Okay, so that's what they're talking about. They're just talking about that, once again, that it's up to the defendant to prove that there was something amiss in the affidavit, and they want it thrown out of court. So they're given all of these case studies as to how the Franks hearing is used, who used it, why they used it, why it was set into our laws, and why the defendant believes that he has a case. And then they give you the state, the case laws also as to how the judge came upon his ruling on this, that he used case laws and as to how he came upon this. All right, let me look over and chat really quick. Y'all all getting along? Please get along. All right, thank you so much. Can you guys do me a favor, hit the like? Melody Joe, thank you. Fair use is permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Thank you. All right, defendant has not met his Franks burden on issues 1 and 2. Challenges to Exhibit A. In issues 1 and 2, defendant challenges Exhibit A, which is a probable cause statement that individual investigative officers appended to the affidavit in seeking search warrants. As defendant notes, Exhibit A was a working document drafted as a group effort among the multiple investigative officers working on the homicide investigation. In their respective search warrant applications, the officers submitted and swore to Exhibit A as their own, even though it was the product of a collective effort and not necessarily limited to the swearing officer's own investigation. In issue 1, defendant challenges this approach, arguing that Exhibit A was treated as a wild card to easily get a warrant. And then they list more case studies. Defendant has not met his burden of proof under Franks on the issues of 1 or 2. First, is not improper for law enforcement seeking a warrant to swear to matters within the collective knowledge or other officers involved in the same investigation. Second, defendant has not demonstrated in his proffers any misrepresentations or omissions, much less that they were made intentionally or recklessly or had any effect on the probable cause. It is well stated that the statements of law enforcement officers are based upon observations of fellow officers participating in the same investigation, carry a presumptive of reliability. Let's see. The presumption extends to hearsay information from government officials who, while engaged in investigatory responsibilities, discover evidence of possible criminal activity, more case law. The presumptive arises from the belief that the facts gathered in the course of an investigation are unlikely to be based upon mere speculation or tainted by personal involvement with the suspect. More case study. Defendant acknowledges that a warrant can be based on law enforcement's common knowledge, but argues that if officers cannot sign a collective draft affidavit as their own without identifying who did the work described therein, otherwise it misleads the magistrate into believing that the swearing officer drafted the affidavit and performed the work therein when it was collective effort. So in other words, what he's saying was when the affidavit was drawn up, Sergeant Payne is the person who wrote out the probable cause for the judge to sign to, so that they could get search warrants. He obtained information not just only from himself but other investigative officers, but he's the only one who signed the affidavit. Does that make sense? Like he put in other people's words as well, so their signature should have been upon it as well. What this document is saying is that it is lawful for the investigating officer who is heading up, and that is in any crime that is committed, there's always a lead investigator. It's lawful for a lead investigator to go to the other officers that were maybe on the scene first or did certain duties within the scene. Everybody's got a different job, to go and gather all the information that they've got, put it into a probable cause to get these search warrants. That is lawful. That is what he did. And that's what the judge has ordered, that is completely lawful, and cited case studies to prove that it's put in our laws for a reason. I mean, let me go back over here, chat. I mean, isn't that common sense, though? Isn't that common sense? One man cannot be at every job the whole time. Like, I could just see me, I'm walking into a crime. Imagine yourself, you're walking into a crime scene. You got a body over here, you got a body over there, you got two bodies down there, you got a couple people that lived through it, you got some people hanging out outside, there were kids in the house. There's no way one officer is going to be able to do that crime scene by himself. You're going to have other officers and other officials involved that is taking a statement from this person, a statement from this person. You've got an officer coming in and viewing this body and writing down and filming and taking pictures. Y'all, one person can't do that. It's common sense to know that they're a team, they're working together. At the end of the day, they come together, they put together their notes, what they saw, how they came to the conclusion. They look at the pictures together. That's it. That's what's putting the probable cause. Why is that so hard to understand? It's not. That makes a lot of sense. Here's the deal. I want you guys to remember this. We can sit and speculate all we want to. I could read into this and make it work any way I want it to work. But it's black and white. There's no gray in between. Usually when people are reading into it wrongly, it's because they don't have like me, I'm not a lawyer. How the hell am I supposed to understand all them case studies? And I'm not doing that for YouTube. Unless you've got some sort of knowledge about being a crime scene investigator or an attorney or even a judge, we're not going to be able to read these totally correct. You got to use common sense and don't add your own take on it, because you're probably going to get it wrong. It doesn't matter how sleuthy we are over an internet. We still don't have the same credentials, nor do we have the experience that these people do. Carrying on. All right, so we got that. That is all blah, blah, blah. We understand that. We got it. So let's go down to that. I'm not going to read, you guys. I can tell you, I can put in the description box where to find this this court document, where to find the PDF. You could read it yourself. I'm just giving it to you smaller than reading word for word, because it's a lot. I think there are 4 motions. There were 4 different things given to the court for a Frank's motion. So in 24 pages, that's how it's laid out for 4 motions. All right, so this one's talking about the knife sheath. So let's do that. Oh, little girl. Y'all, I'm sorry. She's in heat and she's driving me crazy. She's driving me crazy. Got identifying the screen. Okay, I already read that. Little girl, go to bed. All right, here we go. Defendant's evidence demonstrates that there were several law enforcement agencies working together in the case, including the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During his testimony from a prior hearing in this matter, Detective Brett Payne from the Moscow Police Department explained that agents from these 3 agencies were co-located at a command center set up at the Moscow Police Department for purposes of investigation, more case study. These agents were assigned different investigative tasks. See what I'm saying? And I hadn't even read that. Everybody's got a different job here. It's common sense. Pertinent information they learned performing those tasks was exchanged and transmitted into a working probable cause affidavit. Damn, I'm smarter than I knew I was. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's just common sense. Listen, I know how to run a McDonald's. I can't flip a burger and put your fries in a box and stick it out the window and take your money at the same time. Common sense, people use it. Importantly, the exhibit as challenged by defendant including statements alerting the magistrate that the affidavit was assisted by other law enforcement agents and that the information obtained within Exhibit A was based on information provided by these or other agents. See, e.g., Blaker exhibit. I'm not doing it. Y'all can. Again, he's just going over why he should be allowed a Frank's hearing with the Supreme Court, due to a collaboration of officers working together with their findings to obtain a probable cause for search warrants. The judge denied. Denied. They were lawful. Number 2, defendant has not established or alleged misrepresentations of any of the 3 challenged search warrant affidavits compels a Frank's hearing. The first misrepresentation, I'm sorry, you guys, I'm tired, and these words. The first misrepresentation identified by defendant in issue 2 is contained at Blaker Exhibit A, supporting the warrant application for defendant Pullman's Washington apartment and his office at Washington State University. Defendant claims that Sergeant Blaker attributes discovering the knife sheath to the Idaho State police officers rather than Detective Payne. And then it states, I'll just read it. AM memo, page 8. However, as the state correctly notes, defendant's challenge is nothing more than a quibble over semantics. What Sergeant Blaker stated was, I was later advised by ISP investigators that they located a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. And then it's citing where in the probable cause affidavit that they're talking about, right? Once discovered, Detective Payne notified ISP investigators who then collected and booked the sheath into evidence, and it gives the evidence number on it. At best, Sergeant Blaker's use of the word locate is ambiguous as to whether it means discovering or collecting. Under no reasonable read could it be characterized as a misrepresentation, let alone an intentional or recklessly false one. The second alleged misrepresentation are in Payne Exhibit A, supporting the defendant's arrest warrant application and Maury Exhibit A, supporting a Google warrant application. So they had to get a warrant also to get all of his Google downloads. Defendant claims that both detectives simultaneously claim that they have done cell site location information, which is called CSLI work, as well as work to determine whether defendant's cell phone was in the area of the King Road residence. Defendant notes, however, that both detectives admitted at the subsequent hearing in this matter that it was actually the FBI CAST agent, Nicholas Balance, who performed the location work, and that the detectives then used to complete their respective affidavits. Agent Balance was the individual who actually did the location work does not render the detective statements intentionally or recklessly false or even misleading. While defendant asserts that the detectives both claims to have done the work, they do not state that they were able to determine the locations after consulting with FBI CAST. Both detectives explain in their respective affidavits that CAST was the FBI's cellular analysis survey team. Thus, it was made abundantly apparent to the magistrate that the detectives were reliant on the work performed by a more specialized law enforcement agents in determining the cell phone's location. In sum, as to the statements encompassed in issue 2, defendant has not established that a misrepresentation was made. Moreover, even if the challenged statements could possibly be construed as false, There is not a shared evidence that they were intentionally or recklessly false. Finally, even the statements were intentionally or recklessly included. Defendant has not established that they were necessary to establish probable cause. In a common and massive investigation such as this, with specific member of law enforcement actually discovered the knife sheath or performed the location while working CSLI is irrelevant to probable cause. And then it leaves us a case study. What is important is that the information came from other law enforcement personnel, which is reliable basis for the warrant. Subsequently, a Franks hearing is not warranted on this issue. Let me check in the StreamYard. How y'all doing? Oh, little girl needs some love. Pink fan. Listen, I really wished I had my video going. Y'all have to stop reading for a minute because all the words mumble together. So I'm sorry. And I have to get my tongue. It's like it gets dry. Anyways, little girl's starting to do her prance around, I call it Twitter pating. She's flirting with Newt. So Newt's starting to get interested. So I was watching him. Newt doesn't know how to mount. He grabs her leg. And because she sits down, see, a female dog knows when she is fertile. And a male dog is just horny for the most part. So when a female dog is not fertile, she will not stand up and let a male dog do his business. Okay? I know none of y'all came here for that, but this is an educational channel. Anyways, so little girl is sitting her little butt down because there's no way she's going to let him mount her. Not that he would. So he's grabbing her leg, her front leg, pulling it out of socket so he can hump her front leg. It's terrible, but y'all don't think I wouldn't be taking video of that and sending it to you? I would. It's hilarious. Poor little girl. So we're getting close. I know. Cheyenne showed him how to mount too. He's not going to mount. He won't do it. That's why he just won't do it. When it comes to Newt being a daddy, I'm going to have to artificial inseminate her. She knows I'm talking about her. She's like, don't be talking about my sex life, Mom. No, she was just laying on the couch, growling. All that noise you're hearing from her, she's laying on the couch growling because she wants attention. That's it. Everybody doing okay? I lost 2 people. They're like, fuck this. I'm not listening to your dogs. What you're doing with your dog. Nobody cares, Leanie. I tried. Lulu says, according to Leanie, in seriousness, can't you help put him on her back and help us? Yes, in most cases you can. In a lot of cases you can. And I actually tried her last heat to do that, and Newt was like, they were both so self-conscious. Newt's little thing shriveled up, and he's like, oh no, negative. No, he wouldn't do it. It's just easier for me to collect it and then AI her. They didn't know what the hell was going on, especially since Newt, I never told him to get down off of Cheyenne. I always said, put it away. But those words to him, put it away, means don't mount. And I didn't know that I didn't know it, that's what he would say. Guess I just thought he should know the English language, right? Mac Daddy to the rescue. Mac Daddy's still a virgin, Pink fan, because Cheyenne was like, oh no, you're not doing that. And she would sit down so he would hump her back. So Mac Daddy is still a virgin. He's older than Newt. So because I don't know for what reason Cheyenne was not, I guess she thought that Mac Daddy was ugly. And she was like, I don't have sex with ugly dogs. And so I ended up taking her to Ohio, and she met her a new man over there. And she loved him. I mean, they tied within 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We can add dog madam to the list. You need a red light in your eye. Yeah. I listen, I need puppies in my life. Don't y'all need puppies in your life? Don't y'all want to do puppy cams? Oh my God, I want to. I want you guys all to come visit me and hold my puppies. And I could show you how to you actually use a baby bottle, a real baby bottle to feed them. I had to with Shy at times because she didn't produce enough milk for all her babies. So I had to buy supplement, and during feedings, Big Cake would feed one and I would feed the other at least once a day. I want puppies so bad. All right, we'll get back to this. I hope I'm not boring you guys too bad. And I hope, is my reading understandable, or am I just, am I slurring words or running them together? Because when I read stuff, I'm trying to read slow. I usually read fast. And so I'm like ahead of the word, at least by 2 words. That's what my eyes are looking at. Is the reading okay? Oh, Melly, you need a puppy, sister. You do. Thank you, Pink Fan. Okay. I'm trying. All right, let's get back to this. I just got a swig, as Maggie calls it. Sweet Maggie. Thank you, guys. All right. I can't see chat anymore. All right. Eyewitness statement. Let's get into it. This is about DM. Remember, DM is Dylan Mortensen. She is one of the surviving roommates, the one who opened the door 3 times, looked through the door, and actually saw a man. I'm using the same words from the arrest warrant. A man clad in black with bushy eyebrows, with an athletic build, I think she said, and 5'10" or taller, because she knew he was taller than her and she's 5'10". That's how she came up with that, you guys. So one of the motions that, well, I'll just read it here. It'll tell you. I don't need to tell you. Here we go. Defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issue number 3, eyewitness statements. There's only 2 eyewitnesses left living. One's on trial for his life, and the other one is Dylan Mortensen, DM. In the issues 3 and 10, defendant challenges the probable cause statements insofar as they set forth witness DM's interview descriptions of things she heard and saw on the night of November 13th, 2022. Defendant claims that law enforcement failed to inform the magistrate that DM's accounts describing the suspect were variable, and that she questioned her memory, and that she did not recognize defendant when provided with a photo of him after the arrest. Defendant also contends that law enforcement represented statements made by DM that would demonstrate her unreliability. These alleged false statements and omissions, according to defendant, were exculpatory and material. I want to look up that word because I want to make sure I have it right. I don't want to give you guys false information, but what is exculpatory? I know it, but I want to be able to pronounce it right. Exculpatory, that word's hard for my tongue to do, means to clear someone or someone of blame or guilt. It can also refer to as language that gives up legal rights. Examples: exculpatory evidence, evidence that helps prove someone is innocent or not responsible for something. This can include witness statement, cell phone records, or closed circuit TV. Exculpatory language. Language is an agreement that gives up legal rights. For example, A skier who signs an agreement before skiing may give up the rights to sue the skiing business if they are injured. Okay, so basically what he's saying is that because DM gave a couple, and we know this, they're saying it in here, that DM Dylan Mortensen gave different accounts of that night to different officers, which is actual, because it wasn't put into the search warrant, that it was exculpatory to the defense. Does that make sense? Because the magistrate did not know that they only put one of the stories that DM saw a masked man clad in black with bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing they put in their affidavit, instead of putting everything in there, which could have made the magistrate, the judge, say, no, you cannot have these search warrants, because clearly this girl has different, she's saying different stuff, right? They only put in one of her statements. Also, by all account, we talked about this before, that surely they had to have shown her a picture of him. Well, I guess she, according to this, she did not recognize him in the picture. Would she have? How dark was it? She said there was a mask over his face. I don't think I could recognize somebody if all I saw was the bushy eyebrows and how tall they were. Not even the color of their eyes. None of my business, though. I'm not DM. Finally, DM's failure to recognize the photo of defendant of no consequence given that the intruder she saw was masked. The draft exhibit A circulated by law enforcement include the following description of statements DM made during her interviews. She was interviewed more than one time with law enforcement. She says, DM made statements during interview that indicated the occupants of King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and reportedly fell asleep approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Kaylee Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." In a review of forensic records associated with download of Kernodle's cellular phone indicated she was likely awake using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was, crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, it's okay, I'm going to help you. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a camera at 1112 King Road picked up audio of what sounded like a struggle coming from off camera. The security camera is less than 50 feet from Kernodle's room, or bedroom wall, should I say. The struggle lasted less than 1 minute, and unintelligible sounds can be heard on the camera. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. As the male walked towards the backsliding door, DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. And then it cites the line in the probable cause that says this portion of the draft Exhibit A was incorporated in varying degrees into Blaker's exhibit, and it gives it again the different places you can find that in the affidavit. When these exhibits, as were submitted in support of each search warrant, DM had sat for at least 3 interviews. See, we weren't sure how many interviews now there's been more than 3, but we weren't sure up until that how many she had sat for. Okay, DM had sat for at least 3 interviews with law enforcement. She sat for 2 interviews on November 13th. That's the day that the bodies were discovered. One with Officer Nunes and later with Detective Mowry. And one on November 17th, which was 4 days after the murders, with Detective Gooch. Gooch! I'm Gooch. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Her description of the intruder was notably similar during all 3 of these interviews. White male, slim, skinny, lean body type, slightly taller than DM, who's 5'10", wearing all black, wearing a mask that was covering his forehead and mouth, a voice she didn't recognize saying he was here to help. See, some people think Ethan may have been telling Xana, I'm here to help you. Dylan Morton said she did not recognize that voice. So it was the voice that went over to Xana and said, I'm here to help you, like we thought. And the intruder walked out towards the backsliding door without saying anything to her. While she did not tell Officer Nunes that she noticed the intruder carrying a vacuum-type object in his hand, she did convey that information to Detective Mowry later that day. A vacuum-typed object? What would that... Hold on. Coming back over to you guys. Did you guys hear that? Hold on, I got a cough. That's something we haven't heard. Okay, I understand. I get this. Okay, she was interviewed twice on that day. 4 days later, she was interviewed again. Now, common sense, again, that's all I'm asking you to use, okay? Especially if you've been in this situation, then maybe you have a better understanding. I haven't, so all I've got is my common sense. Going through traumatic events within time, you can remember certain things that you didn't remember at first. Am I right or wrong? Going through traumatic events, given time, you can forget some things you initially remembered as the brain starts to protect itself. Am I right or wrong? So by them saying, wait a second, how come she told this detective she saw an item in his hand that looked like a piece to a vacuum or whatever? Or I'll have to reread exactly what she says. But she didn't tell this officer. That makes sense to me in my brain. Because you're going to remember some things. And some things you're going to forget. And someone has to remind you, oh God, did I say that? I don't even remember that happening. No, I've been through some traumatic events in my life. And there are some things people tell me that I did. And I'm like, I have no memory of that. 0. And there are some things that I remember after the fact. And I'm like, wait a second. What happened here? Because I'm remembering this. I wonder if after the act, he was experiencing visual snow which made him not see Dylan properly. Yes, that's a whole nother thing. He's experienced that since he talked about it at least since he was a young boy. He always experienced visual snow, and he experiences tunnel vision. Tunnel vision, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, so the things outside that vision that you would normally see, you can't see it. Who knows? We're gonna have to wait. Can I read it again? Yes, because we've never heard that, right? We've not heard that. All right. All right, so they all agree that she had given the same things, like the voice. She didn't recognize the voice that said he's here to help. She gave the same what he looked like to her, what he was wearing, all that. All the officers got the same, right? Down here, she gave this to one detective but not to another, and this is what they're calling, they want the red light shined on. She says, while she did not tell Officer Nunes that she noticed the intruder carrying a vacuum type object in his hand. What does that mean? A vacuum type object. Vacuum type object. I guess that could be a piece of a vacuum, or something that looks like a vacuum. A vacuum type object. Vacuum type. That's wild. Vacuum type. Something that looks like it could suck something up. Something that he could, a shop vac that he could throw shit into and dispose of. I don't know. That's weird. The intruder walked out towards the back sliding door with anything saying to her. While she did not tell Officer Nunes that she noticed the intruder carrying a vacuum-typed object in his hands. That information to Detective Mallory later that day, as well as Detective Gooch. So, wait a minute. All right, let's hold on. She gave 3 interviews. She did not tell Officer Nunes, who was the first person, says right here, he was the first person to interview her. Now, mind you, when the police, let's think about this a minute. When the police got there, everybody that was there, especially the surviving roommates, they did not remain at the scene. They were put into the cars, taken straight down to the police station. All of the families who arrived when they got there, they weren't allowed to stay outside the house. They were taken straight down to the police station to start. They want to talk to these people right away, right? I mean, this is an investigation. We need to know right now what they know before they forget it. That's what happens. Then a little while later, they'll do another one, because they know there are things that you may have left out that you're remembering. You had time to think about it. You're not so emotional. You know what I mean? So the first officer that she talked to, she did not tell him that the perpetrator had a vacuum type object in his hand. But the next one that day, Detective Mallory, who came in and interviewed her again, she did tell him, and 4 days later, she did tell Detective Gooch. Was it that she was coming around out of, I don't know, she was less emotional, could think straight, starting to put together thoughts? I don't know. Was she making it up? I don't know. These are things that are going to be asked to her on the stand. What do you guys think? a detective. I mean, I'm blown away by that. Is Mel whatever here? I've been listening while I sulk. Oh, don't sulk, girl. Okay, wait. That's exactly what I thought. Thank you for saying that. That's what came to my mind, but I didn't know if y'all, I knew the Americans knew what a dustbuster, a vacuum, the little handheld ones. But when I read that again, that's what I thought. Here's what I'm thinking. Did he think that maybe because whoever he was going in the beginning to whoever his target was, I'm thinking he just thought he was going in there only to murder the target. I believe that wholeheartedly. So did he think he was going to have more time and be able to suck up stuff, make sure he didn't leave hair, make sure he didn't leave certain things there? And because he was in a fight for his life with not one but four, that he didn't get a chance to use that? Lulu, I'm just that maybe Dust was trying to remember the name of that. So, in other words, that's just another piece of the puzzle that he got rid of, right? If he did in fact have something in his hand other than a knife, obviously he got rid of it. What do you call a small handheld vacuum in the USA? Yeah, we call it a dustbuster or something like that. Small rechargeable ones like for cleaning car, etc. Wow. Yes, we would say dustbuster, small handheld vacuum. Oh, Mel, I'm sorry, honey. Big hugs to you, my love. But even small vacuums are noisy. He was risking someone hearing it. I don't have one, but Lulu vacuum, I would picture a large vacuum. Handheld, obviously smaller, maybe differentiate. Good point. I wonder how loud they are. I wonder, hold on, I want to look something up. I'm going to, hold on. That is wild. Let's see. All right, I just typed in small handheld vacuum. How loud are they? And the overview comes up. A small handheld vacuum typically produces noise level between 70 and 80 decibels, which is considered fairly loud, similar to city traffic, and can be disruptive in quiet environments. Most users would describe them not as particularly quiet. Wow, okay. So it could wake someone up, definitely. Pink Fan says she has one and they're no different than a normal vacuum. What about if they are battery operated? Do they make the same noise if they're battery operated? Surely he wouldn't have had the one that plugged up, because we have some that plug up and some. So are the battery operated still as loud? Anybody, Pink Fan? Do you have a battery operated one? You can get battery operated ones that charge via car lighting, still as loud. Wow, you can get them that small? Dustbusters are battery, they're noisy. Well, I'm just going to tell you guys, I don't think he's as smart as what he thought he was. I don't think he was ever able to. I think he thought maybe he could use it, but I don't think he thought he was going to be up against 4 people. And maybe he's just dumb enough to believe that he could have used it. Who knows? But I'm blown away by that. Are you guys blown away by that? I'm blown away by that. I would have loved to hear her say that she saw a knife in his hand. Now that would be. Could she have mistaken a small vacuum thing for a knife? Is that possible? Yes, anything's possible. All right, let's get back to this. It's just something to think about. I'm gonna be thinking about that forever. Okay. There's other stuff that she did not remember as well. Vacuum type object in his hand. She did convey that information to Detective Mowry and later that day, as well as Detective Gooch a few days after that. She also told Detective Gooch that she remembered the suspect's eyebrows were bushy, but could not remember their color. Likewise, she told Detective Mowry she could not remember the color of his eyebrows. More importantly, not only are DM's statements consistent with each other with regard to the intruder's description, they were accurately included by law enforcement in the exhibit as set forth above. There is not one statement in the affidavits regarding the intruder that cannot be traced directly to DM's words. Consequently, defendant has not demonstrated an initial or reckless false statement or omission of material exculpatory fact with regard to the law enforcing recount of DM's description of the suspect. So in other words, they didn't have to put in that vacuum type whatever thing to get a warrant on him. And that's basically what the defense is trying to do. They're trying to say every bit of evidence you've got against him, it needed to be put into the affidavit to get these search warrants. Not true. You only need to put enough in those to obtain a warrant. You do not have to lay out your whole hand. Keep the aces in your pocket. Defendant also asserts that Exhibit A watered down DM's statements about hearing Gailey Gonsalves around the time of the homicides. According to the defendant, DM was unequivocal in her 3 interviews that when she reported that at approximately 4 a.m., she heard Miss Gonsalves walk upstairs with her dog before running back downstairs saying someone's here. Another thing we didn't know. Did we have to know it in order to get the proper documentation to get search warrants? No. But this says she thinks DM is stating that approximately 4 a.m. she hears Kaylee going upstairs with her dog and running back down the stairs saying someone's here. We have never heard anybody saying that Kaylee had come back down them stairs around 4 o'clock. My question is, and I've got a lot of them. Big one is, would she have said, like my husband came out the other day and he was like, I had my ear set on because I'm talking to you guys. My dogs are standing in the kitchen with me, and he just starts laughing at us. And I was like, what? And he said, somebody just knocked at the door and neither you nor the dogs heard him. I was like, I'm sure the dogs heard him. They don't care. I was like, but I'm talking to my friend. So was it that maybe she heard someone here? She kind of looked out. Xana's like, it's for me or whatever. That's my DoorDash. Because remember, about 4 o'clock, Xana got her DoorDash. And Kaylee ran back up the stairs. I don't know. Then on the other hand, she says she heard what she thought was Kaylee coming back downstairs. Does that mean that's what happens? I don't think we're ever going to know that, truthfully. And it matters not to get, I don't think that part matters, whether he's going to be convicted or not. What says you? What says you, chat? Are you long time no see to you, Vitreville. Vetrevel. I think I said that right. Yes, it's been a while. I hope you're well. It's good to see you. Thank you, Mel. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Do you think the fact that she thinks that she heard Kaylee come running back down the stairs around 4 a.m. saying someone's here, do you think that should have any merit as to whether he's guilty or not guilty? Just curious. All right. You guys, I'm going to take a break. Well, let me finish up this part of it, and then we'll take a break before we go into the next exhibit. Defendant argues that in addition to the word thought, like she said, I thought I heard, or she thought she heard Kaylee come downstairs and then run back up. In addition of the word thought is false, and further, defendant surmises it was intentionally false to cover up the fact that DM was wrong about what she heard. Defendant points out that Miss Gonsalves was killed in an upstairs bedroom where she was found the next morning. Thus, it could not have been her who DM heard running down the stairs at 4 a.m. Why not? They weren't killed at 4 a.m. Lord. Defendant contends that DM's misperception had it not been covered up by law enforcement, would have cast doubt on her reliability and therefore probable cause. So because that wasn't put in there, that she thought in the original probable cause, that she thought she heard Kaylee run down the stairs and say that and then run back up, that the person who wrote the probable cause omitted it from the probable cause, and it should have been put in there, and so therefore he needs a Franks hearing. Well, the judge is like, no, negative. However, that statement challenged by defendant can be read two ways. That DM said, I think it was Miss Goncalves, which is how the defendant apparently reads it, in which he claims that it is consistent with DM's interview statements, or two, that DM said she heard Ms. Goncalves, but law enforcement had a reason to think it could have been someone else. When the statement is viewed in context, the latter makes more sense. Oh, that's a good point. So she did hear somebody running up the stairs. Around the time she said, I think someone's here. Could that have been the killer? Something to ask. I don't know. When the statement is viewed in the context, the latter makes more sense. In their respective Exhibit A's, Detective Payne and Sergeant Blaker immediately followed up the challenge statement with the following. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely and awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. And it gives the where to find it in the affidavit. Through this explanation, Payne and Blaker are effectively conveying to the magistrate why they believe DM's statement of who she heard was questionable. Thus, the court cannot conclude that there is anything false or misleading in this regard. In addition, even assuming it was a false statement, so even saying that it was a lie, defendant has not established that it was an intentional or reckless attempt to hide DM's alleged misrepresentation, or that her actual statement is exculpatory or otherwise material to probable cause. Consequently, a Franks hearing is not warranted with regard to statements in the relevant Exhibit A as regarding DM's account of what she heard, meaning they put in there enough of what they needed to put in there. They didn't hold anything back. The truth is the truth. They don't have to lay out their whole case. Defendant next asserts that the probable cause statements omitted important information bearing on DM's reliability. Defendant notes that DM qualified her interview statements on several occasions by questioning her memory of the event. For example, she told Detective Mary, everything is kind of blurry, like I don't fully remember it, I would say. A few days later, while recounting the events to Detective Gooch, DM stated, again, I believe I was so very drunk. I don't know how much of this is real. Like, I don't know if my mind was like doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like, half the stuff I don't know is a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. No, that is exactly what she told in her third statement. It sounds normal to me. Either way, it really does. I think the defense could use that and say, this is normal behavior for somebody who has gone through a traumatic event while being drunk, I guess. I don't know. Add in the alcohol. Yeah, I guess you would remember things differently or remember things. I don't, from time to time. Or just the trauma of it. You forget, you remember. You forget, you remember. But then I also think that, this is kind of a win that the prosecution is also going to use it in the same manner and say the same thing. But the difference is that the defense, I think I think this part of it, I'm not a lawyer. I wish I was. I think this part of it is more of a win, though, for the defense. I have to think on it more. But I think it's more of a win for defense because I know for me, I've even said it on this channel, it's very hard to talk to somebody who is either inebriated or under substance. So I can imagine what that, well, I don't know. Hold on. Hold on. See, that's why I'm saying I need to really think about this, because now I'm remembering the probable cause. Y'all, it was almost 9 hours before the police were called. I'm pretty sure in 9 hours, homegirl done sobered up. So now I'm willing to believe everything she said. I believe that's what she saw. But again, I will go back over. I'm not going to just read this one time. I'm reading it one time with you guys, and I'll go back over it myself and try to make sense of it. You're welcome to as well. She also said her memory was fuzzy and cloudy, and that she could not differentiate if anything is real or if anything is a dream. This information was not included in the exhibit, as according to the defendant, this information was crucial to allow the magistrate to properly evaluate DM's reliability, and omission was material and exculpatory. The law does not favor defendant on this argument. Probable cause is determined by examining the totality of circumstance and making practical common sense decision whether, giving all the circumstance set forth in the affidavit before the court, including the variety and basis of knowledge of persons supplying the hearsay information, there is fair probability that contraband and or evidence of a crime will be found in a particular place. In other words, she gave enough of the exact story 3 different times to 3 different people. And then at the end is questioning, wait a second, I was drunk. Remember, there's stages of grief. You guys remember? One of the stages of grief is denial. Did it ever happen? This can't be real. This person's not there with me. One of the stages that you go through in a traumatic experience is no, that never happened. And I can tell you that right now, I have not, will not, cannot in this lifetime ever think of my sister's dead. I don't think about it at all. When I start to miss her and I think about the events of that day, I squash. I immediately try to think of something else right away. I tell myself, I'm just going to call her. We'll have lunch. I'll see her at the holidays. I'll see her at this birthday. And it just gets me through another day. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't ever want to deal with that. Never. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think of hers being gone. And I'm not going to, as long as I can keep myself from thinking about it. I'm not going to deal with it. Because dealing with my mom nearly killed me. And it has changed me forever. There's no way I could add a sister on top of it. No, I'm not doing it. So you, again, have to think about that as well. Is she in some kind of denial that her friends are truly gone? That she saw what she saw? Is she having survivor's guilt? I don't know. I think, again, I still think that could, depending on how that cross-examination goes from the defense, they could turn that around and put some doubt in the juror's mind. That's what I think right now, having thought about it. I'll go back over it. Whether hearsay supplier or whether the hearsay supplier is reliable is dependent on part of the statutes. Unlike the informer of the criminal milieu, I don't know what that means, criminal milieu crime victims or witnesses are presumed reliable and may be relied upon without independent corroboration. I have to look that up, what exactly that means. Despite the presumed reliability, so in other words, they're just going to say she is an eyewitness there, we're putting her on the stand. I'm sorry. Police must always be alert to whether other facts have come to their attention, raise doubts about the veracity of the witness. Such facts may include a motive to exaggerate or falsify statements made to law enforcement, or when the hearsay supplier is a young child or suffers from a physiological delusion, which they're saying in this case that she has physiological delusions by her own mouth. In such circumstances, corroboration is required to establish reliability. In other words, he's not proven that any doctor has evaluated her or anything like that to see if she's really suffering from anything like that, or if these are just her thoughts. However, this is not a burdensome requirement. They don't have to do it. So in other words, none of DM's qualifications during her interviews reasonably placed her presumed reliability in dispute. She was a direct witness and able to consistently articulate the details she remembered throughout each interview, especially as to the facts relied on in the search warrant affidavit. They only put in the search warrant what she said to all three officers. That's it. Is that wrong? No. It's what you should put in. Especially as to the facts relied on in the search warrant affidavits. Despite the fact she claimed her memory was fuzzy and she felt like it was a dream or that she was still intoxicated, further, even if her reliability were in question. So if she was still intoxicated, which I don't think I don't know. I mean, I've been pretty intoxicated. 9 hours later, I'm good to go. Let's go. Whether she was or not, I think she might be just questioning herself. She doesn't, the way that I just read it, she doesn't know if she was or not. It has no relevance on the three things that she said to the three people. Let me read this one. Wait a minute, how long are we into DM? Let's finish up with DMs and then we'll take a break. There were other evidence included these in that exhibit as it corroborates her account. For example, the security camera from 1112 King Road picked up audio of a struggle at 4:17 a.m., which coincides when DM stated she thought was crying coming from Miss Kernodle's room and a male voice speaking. It was shortly after she opened the door for the third time she saw the suspect walk by her towards the sliding door, which corresponds with the surveillance video showing the suspect vehicle leaving the 1122 King Road at about 4:20 a.m. In addition, law enforcement corroborated DM's description of the defendant through its vehicle identification efforts, which led investigators to the defendant's driver's license information as exhibited in Officer Payne's words in the affidavit. And it was consistent with DM's account, right? In other words, what DM said, whenever they found the vehicle, who it was registered, they took a look at Brian Kohberger. It matched up. And then it also matched up with DNA. Defendant has shown no objective indication that defendant has shown no objective indication that DM's interview statements were unreliable, particularly given the other corroborating evidence, and therefore no reason for law enforcement to include her qualifications in the affidavit. For this reason, it cannot be said that law enforcement intentionally or recklessly omitted the information. Further, the exhibit as inferred that DM was traumatized when she noted that she stood in a frozen shock phase when she saw the intruder. This necessarily alerted the magistrate that DM's memories were colored by trauma and shock, which goes to the issue of her reliability that defendant targets this in this motion. Finally, even had the exhibit as included DM's qualifications to her memory, it would not have significantly undermined her credibility and would not have negated probable cause. It would be no surprise to the magistrate that the person experiencing what DM must have experienced would be shaken by what happened and would have questioned the reality of what she perceived. This does not render her unreliable. Additionally, the bulk of the probable cause came from other sources, including the extensive vehicle identification efforts. Thus, even if the magistrate questioned the reliability of DM's account, she had sufficient grounds through other evidence to issue the warrants. In sum, defendant has not shown that DM's various qualifications to memory are material, exculpatory facts that were intentionally or recklessly omitted that would have affected probable cause. It is evident from the applicable exhibit A's that DM's account was largely relied upon to establish the timing of the homicides and general description of the perpetrator, not to identify the defendant specifically. Her statements on these matters were consistent. While any perceived weakness in her memory may have fodder for cross-examination, see, he's telling them, get in there with your cross-examination. Let's see what you can come up with. They do not negate probable cause. Consequently, a Frank's hearing is not warranted. And this is the last of this part of it. DM's non-recognition of defendant is immaterial. Defendant also contends that the law enforcement's failure to include DM's non-recognition of defendants in the Exhibit A's warrants as Frank's hearing. During December 30th, 2022 interview with law enforcement, DM was showed defendant's mugshot and asked by Detective Blake whether defendant was the person she saw in her house. This is her response. I have no clue. From what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was more like the skinnier tone build and some mask on. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and his nose. I just remember he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And I knew he looked at me because of the bushy eyebrows. He looked at her, yet he left her. So now we ask the question again. When he looked at her, was he seeing visual snow? When he looked at her, was it on purpose to leave her living? Did he plan to come back and traumatize? Did he know there were two roommates that he left in the house unscathed? Was the plan to come back and just traumatize them? Or worse? We don't know. There's lots of questions in that because a lot of people wanted to know, did he see her or not? How dark was the room? Could he not have seen her? He probably didn't see her, maybe didn't see her. But she says that he looked at her. Just like sometimes though, you can hear people, but you're not listening. Maybe he saw her, but he didn't see her. Right? He saw through her. Visual snow. tunnel vision, just trying to get out of that house. I don't know. Maybe he did see her. I don't know. Makes no sense. I'll leave that for you to decide. However, the fact that DM could not identify defendant is hardly exculpatory or material to probable cause. And then he states he gives another case study. Her interview statements are consistent, describing a black-clad, masked person who was not someone she thought she knew or could identify. Her inability to recognize defendant unmasked is expected, particularly where her description, as relayed in the exhibit, describes a mask that covered this person's mouth and nose. Thus, because her non-recognition is not material or exculpatory, defendant cannot demonstrate the failure to include the fact in the probable cause affidavit warrants the Franks hearing. Defendant has not demonstrated law enforcement omitted or intentionally or recklessly, nor has he shown how including the information would have affected probable cause. One simply cannot say that had law enforcement included the statement that DN, unsurprisingly, was unable to recognize defendant from a photo, that the magistrate would not have found probable cause. A Franks hearing is not warranted on this issue. And next we go into the vehicle identification. And I heard there was some stuff in here about that too, which is they want all that thrown out too. And then finally, we will go into the dog barking, how that they want that thrown out about the dog barking. And then they want thrown out about cell phone data. So, like I said, this is 24 pages long. Hold on, let me see where I was at. All right, and we are on page 17. So we would be starting on 17. So we're over halfway done with it. Yeah, I want to take a break. My tongue is all poop. Hi, Diamond, my sister. In the beginning, she said that he said earlier, I'm here to help you, or I'm not going to hurt you. Yeah, well, it's in the affidavit that he said something to the effect of, hi, Sap. Maybe he was exhausted and was at the mindset of just getting the hell out. Right, Lindley? Thank you guys so much for being here. Shabbat and Shalom, Lulu. I love you so much. Stop, you're washing stuff in a bucket of hot water. God bless you. Dury time. Thank you, Pink Fan, my love. Yeah, let's take a break of this. Let me know if it's too much. If you guys want me to stop, if the majority wants me to stop, I will, and I can continue it later. Well, I won't stop it for me. I mean, I'll just get off here and keep going with myself because I can't enough. But just let me know by the time I come back from a jury break. And you know, my coffee always gets cold. I need to heat up my coffee. I'll get you a jury break. Go pee, and I'll BRB.
Yeah. This is a smoke break song, or it might be a coffee song. Just everyone sing along. Go and take a pee. This is a smoke break song. Lunch lady's smoke break song. She doesn't like them to be alone. That's just the way it's gonna be. So what are y'all into? Hey Richie, have you drank a few? I drank a few too, back in '93. This is a Pete dance song, everybody better be getting on. Sit on the pot and pee, even if you have a wee. This is the beefcake song, he needs coffee for his drive to be gone from the house so he can make some money. This is an Aussie song, everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song, it's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Leanie. Hotbox that cigarette, your song is over yet. My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. I'll be one ticking, LL Cool Mom out. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song, it's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Leanie. Hot box that cigarette, your song is over yet. My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. Hope you want chicken, LL Cool Mom out. How?
Hotbox. That's the only words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. Whoa, come on.
Yeah. This is a smoke break song, or it might be a coffee song. Just everyone sing along, go and take a pee. This is a smoke break song, lunch lady's smoke break song. She doesn't like them to be alone, that's just the way it's gonna be. So what are y'all into? Hey Richie, have you drank a few? I drank a few too, back in '93. This is a Pete dance song, everybody better be getting on. Sit on the pot and pee, even if you have a wee. This is the beefcake song, he needs coffee for his drive to be gone from the house so he can make some money. This is an Aussie song, everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song, it's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Leanie. Hotbox that cigarette, your song is over yet. My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. I'll be one ticking, LL Cool Mom out. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song, it's a quite proper song. you chat. Great host leading. Hot off that cigarette. Your song is over yet. My words I'm starting to forget. Because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken. LL Cool Mom out. Hope you want chicken. LL Cool Mom out. How?
All right. Thank you, Lunch Lady, for the wonderful songs. Oh my gosh, I'm so blessed. We're so blessed. Love our Lunch Lady and her words. Let me take some coffee. It took me so long because this song reminded me of, because I've been going live doing vertical, right? So I usually sit over at the counter. It reminds me to go ahead and start the coffee. And then I heard the song say, "Gotta make beefcakes coffee so you can go to work." And I was like, oh yeah, because I forgot to ask him before I went to bed because I got a couple hours sleep last night. I usually ask him, he stays home usually on Fridays and works from home. But sometimes he has to go, and so I forgot to ask him. So on Thursdays, usually I don't make, or on Friday mornings, I don't make his coffee. But if he doesn't have to work, at least his coffee will be made. Well, he'll have to work, but if he gets to stay home, at least that'll be made. Baby Chow, y'all pray for my baby Chow. Safe travels. He's on the road. He's like his mama, you guys. My kids are like their mama when it comes to them road trips. Tomorrow he is on his way to Chicago, which is about a 4.5 hour drive from here. No, maybe less because we're north. Maybe about 3.5 hours from here. He's got some kind of conference that he's going to, deals with the fraternity this whole weekend. So he's going to Chicago. He loves Chicago. Chicago scares me. I'm not going to lie. It does. It scares me. But I mean, there's going to be lots of guys there, and you know, you hear so much about college kids getting unalived, and I'm so worried. I don't worry so much of him being on campus. Well, he's not on campus, but lives in a frat house. I don't worry as much about that as when they go out of town to these places, you know. So my nerves this weekend are just going to be a mess when he's gone. I don't worry as much when he goes skiing either. He just had his little butt up to Michigan, up to Boyne, and he snowboards. And I don't worry nearly as much for that either. But whenever they go on these things with anything to do with a fraternity and a bunch of college kids being together, even though, you know, he's got a good head on it, he's a good kid, you know, many a good kid have lost their lives over stupid shit. And I'm just a mom. Just a mom. But so y'all pray for my boy that he's safe and the angels surround my baby. He's doing big things in life. That's what we raise our kids for, right? Hope our kids go and do big things and not have to depend on their parents. You know, when they get older, that they can take care of themselves and they can support themselves. I mean, that was my goal for my kids, and I'm really proud to say that I've done that 5 times. This is my 5th time, and it looks like it's going to turn out okay. And it looks like one day, you know, my boys will retire me. The girls want to put me in a home as quick as possible. When we had dinner together last weekend, the girls were talking about it, like, don't piss us off because we don't need any more signatures. Your ass is going in a home. We could still beat our brothers up. And the boys were just laughing. You know, like, mom's not going to a home. And they're like, she's going, unless you guys take her, she's going into a home. And your wives aren't going to let you take her. It's a great funny joke. They can all suck it. Everybody can suck it. It's like, get the hell out of my house. How about that? How about all of you go home and you go back to college? How about that? It's all in great fun, I'm sure. Although I remember telling my mom that a lot too. That's probably where they get it from, hearing me tell my mom, don't piss me off. But I would have never cut my mama. Never. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here for this. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for letting me continue with this and not think that I'm boring doing it. Girl, Memo, you know I'm a professional smoker. I hit it twice and once. I'm enjoying listening to you as long as you're feeling up to it. Good to pick up on a few things I may have missed. Thank you so much, Lindley. There are some nuggets, and I didn't read it. I wanted to read it with you guys, but I'm loving this. I love it when stuff gets thrown out there, and I'm like, I tell you guys, we don't know everything. We're not, when we watch the trial, we're going to be like, wait, what? What? I'm super excited. I'm looking forward to my birthday this year. This is my birthday present. So did I hear that right? That they have Brian's vehicle on video of him leaving the scene? Yes, they do. That's how they were able to determine what type of vehicle it was. And yeah, but they have it. That's how they know he was around the house 12 times prior, at least 12 times prior to the murders, and that he was there that night 3 times. He was around the house 3 times. His phone was turned off for a while, I believe, to get rid of stuff. And when he actually went to commit the murders and to get rid of all the stuff. And then it shows him going back to the scene at 9 something, like 4 hours after the murders, before the police were even called. Thank you guys so much. My man's just left for Perth for my nephew's engagement party. Just Joshy and Iton. Oh, I love quiet nights. Mel, I love that for you. Yeah, Chicago just scares me so much. Sean, good morning. Good morning, Sean. Your daughter is sure trying to support herself. Amen. That's so good to hear. I mean, that you just know I'm not saying they won't ever need help from time to time. That's normal, and we should help our kids from time to time, no matter how old they get. But I'm saying for the most part, them out there just trying. World's hard, but at least they're trying. They're trying to kick its ass. I mean, kudos to these kids. DT, they're just messing with me. That's the way we talk to each other. Believe you me, they're not putting me away because I'm cool. I'm the cool mom. I'm the mom they want to talk. I'm like, if I'm so terrible, what the hell are you people calling me for? How about that? And honest to God, whenever Beefcake said the prayer before we had dinner, he thanked God for them only being in our house for an hour and a half, which was a clue to our kids. You have an hour and a half and then get the hell out of our house. And I usually give them 2 hours. Beefcake only gave them an hour and a half. And I guarantee within 2 hours, all them kids were gone because they know. No, you don't have to go home, but you cannot stay here. How far are you from Perth? Mel, question before I'm a senior now. So much came out of the Gabby document that no one, the crime channels knew. Didn't know she broke up with Brian. He hitchhiked back to her and she was talking to her ex. I knew he had hitchhiked back, but I didn't know they broke up or that she was talking to her ex. Yeah. And if they had gone to court, we would have heard a whole lot more. Heard a whole lot more. All right, I'm going to jump back into here, take another swiggy, I don't know about y'all, but I'm so invested. Big Kick was like, he makes fun of me when I say I'm invested. He's like, "Oh, you're invested." I'm invested. And he's like, "No, you're not invested." And I was like, "I'm invested." That's because he's never been emotionally invested in anything. He's a dude, but I'm invested. Thank you so much to the mods for being here and keeping chat clean and a fun place to be. Even thank you to the people who are up in the naked bushes. Appreciate the view. I appreciate everybody for liking this because I know you did. I know it. I can feel it. And for the chat, if it wasn't for you guys, we don't have a channel. So thank you for being here. All right. The next thing is defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issue number 4, the vehicle identification. All right. Let's see what they have to say for it. Defendant takes issue with Exhibit A insofar as it describes the suspect vehicle captured through various surveillance cameras. Various, not just one. I'm going to bring up that. I'm going to show you guys exactly where all these cameras are. You're going to freak out. It states, law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to vehicle specialist with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a crime offense. After reviewing the numerous observances of suspect vehicle 1, the vehicle specialist initially believed the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 through a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, they indicated it could also be a 2013 through 2016 Hyundai Elantra. So that tells me I always had a question, and I stated it last time we looked through the PCA. I had wondered always if they had his license plate, and that tells me they didn't, because they had to utilize the FBI's expertise in figuring out what make and model this was to know what they were looking for. Because if they had a license plate, it would give who it's, who it is and what it is, right? The draft exhibit. Defendant claims there are 2 material and exculpatory omissions in this paragraph, meaning there were 2 things that were left out that would have caused the judge to say, nope, not probable cause. First, he asserts law enforcement should have disclosed the FBI's vehicle specialist felt more comfortable with the 2011 through the 2013 date range for the suspect vehicle. Second, it asserts that the specialist's opinion expanding the date range was predicated on the erroneous use of videos taken from the Ridge Road, which law enforcement knew or should have known was not the suspect vehicle. Defendant also faults the officers for failing to provide the magistrate with the footage reviewed by the specialist, which, according to the defendant, would have demonstrated the magistrate that the vehicle identification could not have been reasonably be made. The court finds challenges that are unsupported by his proffer and do not warrant a Frakes hearing. Number 1, that the FBI specialist may have been more comfortable with a narrower date range than the represented in the Exhibit A is unsupported and immaterial. Defendants claim that the FBI vehicle specialist felt more comfortable setting the year range at 2011 to 13, and law enforcement knew their specialist was of the opinion the car was also certainly between 11 and 13, is based on an email between the specialist agent Anthony I think it's ML, and another FBI agent about their investigation. However, the email chain does not support his argument. What the email chain shows is that on November 26th, 2022, now this is 13 days after the murders, you guys. On November 26, 2022, Agent Emel directed the FBI to open up their search on the 2011 to 2016 exhibition D9 at Bates 1558. In doing so, he discussed the changes to the Hyundai Elantra in 2014 and 2017 and stated that he wanted a better shot of the vehicle's front fog lights and rear reflectors. He further added, rather not leaving anything out, better to be safe than sorry. 5 minutes later, he sent another email stating, yeah, I see the change in the 2014, and I'm really not a fan of the 2014. I prefer the 2011 through 13, but wanted to lay that out. Have a good night. We'll keep and send any info that I can come up with. These emails demonstrate that it was the agent Emel's decision to open up the date range to 2011 to 16, despite preference for the 2011 to 2013. Exhibit A accurately captures the decision by stating that the specialist initially believed that the 2011 to 13, but opened it up to the 16 upon further review. While Exhibit A did not call out that Agent Emel preferred a narrower time frame, defendant has not shown this omission to be exculpatory and material. Exhibit A is replete with evidence linking defendant's vehicle and cellular phone to suspect vehicle 1. Considered as a whole, it cannot be reasonably concluded that Agent Emel's preference for a narrower date range would have derailed the magistrate's finding of probable cause had it been included. Probable cause is not an exact science, and it does not require that law enforcement establish with absolute certainty that facts alleged in search warrant affidavits are in fact true. And then it gives a case study. Simply because Agent Emel may have felt more comfortable with the earlier years within the range he provided does not mean he felt uncomfortable with the later years. Thus, it is highly unlikely the magistrate would have disregarded the specialist identification of the larger date range and otherwise declined to find probable cause simply by Agent Emel preferred the narrower range. Further, there is no evidence the information was intentionally or recklessly omitted. Thus, a Frank's hearing is not warranted on this issue. Now, I have to tell you guys, they can't come back and try to redo this. The defense cannot resubmit these for a Frank's hearing. Once there has been a ruling, that ruling cannot be overturned before there is a verdict in this. Now, they can use some of this information that they try to get a Frank's hearing on to have it taken out and for the jury not to hear. They could use this as an appeal, but they cannot resubmit it to the court in a different manner of speaking to get the judge to take it out. You know what I mean? The hearing has already been heard and it's already been set in the judge's hands. Defendant next challenges Exhibit A on the grounds that the FBI vehicle specialist identification of suspect vehicle 1, that's what they're calling Brian Kohberger's vehicle in the probable cause affidavit, as a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra was based on video footage from Ridge Road that law enforcement knew or should have known was not suspect vehicle 1. Defendant states that he knows law enforcement based its identification of the vehicle on the Ridge Road footage because we have emails from the FBI specialist who explain on November 23rd, 2022, that their team is mainly looking at the window configuration, something these other images do not. But later that day, an FBI agent sends the images from this video calling a great one. However, defendant's proffer does not show the FBI's specialist identification was, in fact, made on Ridge Road footage. The FBI emails defendant contends support his position contain no mention of Ridge Road footage and no mention of the FBI mainly looking at the window configuration. Nor did they put in there that that the FBI, when they sent the new pictures to the specialist to identify the car, that they didn't put in the probable cause that the FBI agent said, this is a great one. I think all he was saying was, I got what you were looking for. Here you go. Here's a good picture of that vehicle's windows, because there was a couple things that had changed from the model of the 2011 through 2013 that they originally said. There were a couple things that had changed, but then when they re-looked it over, and he said, I want to take a better look at it. After 2013, the window, I think it's the back windows, back seat windows, the configuration of them, the size of them, the shape of them had been changed, and also the front lights and the back lights had been changed from the 2014 through the 2016 ones. So that's why that agent said, hey, to broaden this, I need, if you've got pictures of this, then let me, get me these kind of pictures, zoom in or whatever. These are the specifics that could narrow it down, to at least a couple more years, right? All right. That's what they're talking about. However, defendant's proffer does not show the FBI specialist identification was, in fact, made on Ridge Road. I already did all that. Even assuming that it was, however, defendant has still failed to carry his burden under Franks, meaning he did everything they did was lawful. Because the vehicle identification came from the FBI, which is disclosed to the magistrate as in the Exhibit A, there is a presumption of reliability. So in other words, the magistrate believed that how the FBI came to identify the vehicle's make, model in a time frame that matched up with what soon would match up with Brian, with a cell phone that was that was Brian Kohberger's. There was probable cause. All right, so defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issues misleading the timeline. In issues 5, defendant claims that law enforcement created a false narrative of their investigation timeline in Exhibit A so as to make it appear the defendant was identified through their investigative efforts and not, in fact, through IGG. In other words, he argues that law enforcement, having already identified defendant through IGG, tailored their Exhibit A to support probable cause for the already identified suspect, not an unknown suspect. In other words, when they figured when they got basically they got the timeline from DM first, right? Then they're looking at all the surveillance stuff, and guess what? Around those timelines, there's this car that's traveling the area and past the house 3 times during that timeline. Boom, boom. Okay. So now this is going together, right? Then eventually they do get the DNA through the IgG, which is the genetic research, right? Boom, found it, Kohberger's dad, right? Then they trace Kohberger over to, they follow Kohberger over to Pennsylvania after already knowing what kind of car he drives, make and model, which match what's on the video of a certain car. Kohberger throws out his trash. They get the trash. They get the DNA off of it. It's a perfect match back to his dad, right? So now they know what they're working. Boom, boom, boom. So all everything's falling in sequence. So then they need the probable causes to start even more investigation. Now they know that, all right, this is our suspect. We've got the probable cause to go ahead and have him arrested and extradited back to Idaho, right? But now we need probable cause. We need the magistrate to give us permission. We're going to give them the reasons. They're going to say, yes, those are lawful reasons why you should be able to obtain phone records, all of his Amazon things that he bought on Amazon, why you should have a search warrant into his house, why you should have a search warrant into his parents' house, why you should have a search warrant of his car, why you should have a search warrant into his office. They gave all that information. This is why our suspect, we need to get into these places because we believe somewhere in these places there could be information or evidence that proves guilt to our suspect of these murders. The magistrate or judge signs off. That's what's happening here. First, the defendant notes that in Payne Exhibit A, Detective Payne states that on November 29th, officers from Washington State University queried white Elantras, Hyundai Elantras, registered to the school and pulled up a 2015 white Elantra with Pennsylvania plates that was registered to the defendant. That same day, Detective Payne states another WSU officer was patrolling the area by the defendant's apartment, located a 2015 white Elantra with Washington plates. He ran the plates and it returned to the defendant. ID defendant points that Detective Payne was not even aware. He wasn't even aware that the officers at WSU, which is Washington State University, had already found this car, right? He wasn't aware of it, as the defendant was already identified by the IgG. However, he contends Payne Exhibits A, it appeared that defendant was identified in part through Washington University's queries. In other words, that officer over that ran, who all's living on campus, who drives an Elantra, a white Elantra from this year to this year. Because if you are living on campus, you have to, at least in our college that baby child goes to, if he wants to park his car on campus, he has to have a campus sticker. He didn't want to pay for that. He wanted to spend his own money. So he actually has always parked at his fraternity house and he would walk on campus. It's pretty close, about a mile to classes every day. So Brian chose to pay for his sticker so that he can park anywhere on campus without getting a ticket, right? So that's how the WSU officer was able to identify that, hey, there's this guy. His name's Brian Kohberger. He's got a white Elantra. It's a 2015. Could it be him? Right? So what they're saying is that that they lied. They gave a false narrative that this officer who wrote about this, who wrote this in the affidavit, Officer Payne, would have been aware already by the time that the IGG came out that it was Kohberger. In other words, they're saying that the officers are putting a timeline together so that Kohberger would, they were targeting. So they put all these pieces to this puzzle together around Kohberger so that he would be the one that is framed for these murders. I hope that makes sense. And again, the judge said, nope, you're wrong. You're wrong. You have not met the burden of proof. That's what he's saying. To have your Frank's motion. First, the defendant notes that Payne Exhibit A, Payne states that no officer word. Okay, we got all that. All right. Second, defendant takes issue with Detective Payne's focus on suspect vehicle 1, which is Brian Kohberger's vehicle as stated in the PCA, lack of front license plate. In Payne's Exhibit A, he discussed a review of the surveillance footage, noting, a review of the camera footage indicates that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying front license plates. Hopefully they explain that to you, and then I won't have to. Detective Payne later points out the defendant registered his 2015 Whitey launcher with Washington State on November 18, 2022. He noted that previously the vehicle was registered in Pennsylvania, which is, unlike Idaho and Washington, does not require a front license plate. So in other words, you know, over in Pennsylvania, he didn't have to have one. So at this time, during the time that he remember the what do you call it? The murders happened on the 13th of November. He registers his car to to Pennsylvania after that, after the murders, which means he could take the front plate off. So when he did the murders, there was no front plate. Why do you think that? Why do you think he would have registered it instead of leaving it at Idaho, knowing he was coming back? He was coming back after the holidays. Knowing he was coming back, why would he register it to Pennsylvania? Was it because he knew that somewhere he would probably be on cams? And usually cams either get a side view or a front view, not so much a back view. And he wouldn't have a license plate on the front for them to be able to identify his car. That's just something to think about. In neither example of the defendant established Detective Payne's investigation timeline to be misleading or false, much less intentionally or recklessly so. There can be no question that the defendant was identified in part through the WSU officer's queries and through the suspect's vehicle lack of front license plate as observed in surveillance videos from the night of the murders. The fact that law enforcement had additional DNA evidence tying defendant to the crime does not render it improper for law enforcement to rely on independent evidence accomplishing the same. It would arguably be irresponsible for law enforcement to rely solely on DNA evidence without making an effort to corroborate it, in particular, giving the novelty of the IGG. Defendant has not established that there is anything wrong with this approach. It gives another case study where the same thing was done. That search warrant affidavits be truthful and complete does not require that every fact recited therein be correct or that every detail of the investigation be provided. Indeed, it is important to probable cause is the totality, everything put together, right? There's one investigator. Remember, there's a lead investigator. The lead investigator gives this person job, that person job, this person job. Then he goes to all them people. He collects their notes. He collects their data. He puts it all together. He's like, I've got a probable cause now. If he didn't have a probable cause, he would tell him, I need you to go back to work, sir. You're missing something. Sir. And in other words, the magistrate or the judge at this point is saying, if they hadn't have put in there about the license plate, right? It's dangerous just to solely try to get a probable cause on an IGG, right? If the officer had submitted paper, the probable cause to get a search warrant, and only you, because they only have to use enough just to get it. They don't have to tell everything. If they only use the IGG, there's a great possibility that the magistrate would have said, Now, this is not enough evidence for you to go search in an apartment or someone's office or someone's car. So they put enough into the probable cause to submit to the magistrate, in hopes that it was enough, and apparently it was, to get a search warrant. Moreover, law enforcement indicated in Exhibit A that the WSU query and lack of front license plate only came across its radar after defendant had already been identified through the IGG. So what they're telling you is, remember how they got the IGG? So on the knife sheath, he left DNA. They sent that in, rushed it through DNA, and they ended up pulling his dad's DNA. So they already knew that it wasn't the dad because DNA shows how close, like for me, when I was looking for my bio father's not going to have my exact DNA, but he's going to be a certain percentage of my DNA that shows he's my parent. That's what happened with Brian Kohberger. The knife sheath DNA showed through genetic testing that he was the biological son of the DNA left on the knife sheath had to be a biological male son of the person whose DNA was already in the system, which was Brian Kohberger's dad. You feel me, dog? All right, let's see. Defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issue number 6, the dog barking. So he wanted the video from 1112 King Road, the surveillance video that's less than 50 feet away from Xana's room. He said, nope, that needs to be thrown out too. They went about it wrong, so let's find out. In this issue, defendant challenges omissions pertaining to the dog barking referenced in Payne's Exhibit A. It states that at 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at the nearby residence on King Road picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times at 4:17 a.m., and then it gives you the where you find it in the affidavit. The only other information in the Payne Exhibit A pertaining to the dog refers to the fact that Kaylee Gonsalves's dog Murphy was found in her bedroom by first responders, and that was by Officer Bates, is the one that gave them that information, right? Defendant contends that Detective Payne failed to include all three alleged important pieces of information pertaining to the dog. One, that the dog heard on the security camera continued to bark for 30 minutes after the suspect left. Dee. I would hope the dog would bark. I mean, they didn't even call the police for almost 9 hours. Dog probably was exhausted and tired and thirsty. But he says because they didn't say that the dog continued to bark, that it should have been listed in the probable cause, because that would have maybe made the magistrate think it wasn't Murphy the dog. Dumb. And two, that Detective Payne conducted a test to determine that the dog was likely outside while barking. Could have been. Maybe it wasn't Murphy. Who knows? And three, that Murphy was found without any blood on him, even though the bedroom doors were open where the decedents were found. According to the defendant, this omitted information would have been revealed that whoever was in the house brought the dog back inside after the suspect vehicle left. So the dog was barking at 4:17. They see the suspect vehicle leaving at 4:20. And he's saying that the officer did a test and said that the dog was likely outside while barking. Okay. I mean, I know I'm going somewhere with that, but my brain won't wrap around it right now. I'll figure it out. For myself, at least. And I've heard that the bedroom doors were open. And a lot of people have speculated why. Why didn't Murphy have any blood on him? Why? I mean, we don't know. Nowhere does it say that Murphy had blood on him. Now, I don't know if they've got evidence from the prosecution that says that Murphy was clean as a whistle. I don't know. What I do know is, well, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. That Murphy was found without any blood on him, even though the bedroom doors were open where the decedents were found. According to the defendant, this was omitted information that would have revealed that whoever was in the house brought the dog back inside after the suspect vehicle had left. He further argues this information is material and exculpatory because it undermines the narrative and the timeline that supports the probable cause. However, defendant's argument assumes without proof that there were no doors left open in the home after the suspect left. And this assumption is not only speculative, but contrary to evidence in the proffer that the sliding glass door of the residence, the same door to which DM reportedly saw the suspect walk, was left open. Well, sure, why would he take time to shut the door? He had DNA on him, I would think. Thus, if the dog heard barking was in fact Murphy, it could have well come back inside. Oh. Well, was Murphy locked in the room? Was Murphy left outside? Did Murphy go outside after the killings? I mean, who knows now, right? Who knows? Through the open door and got in Mrs. Goncalvis's room on his own where it evidently remained. So did the dog come back inside? Because all the doors, supposedly the doors were open, right? The door was open where Maddie and Kaylee were. So there, Kohberger's team says, well, why wouldn't the dog go over there to his owner and have blood on him? Well, the judge is saying, well, it's not impossible that if you say that you're saying Murphy could have been outside because all the doors were left open, that he didn't go, that he went straight to Kaylee's room, which is where his room would have been, and he waited there. Who knows? Who knows? I will tell you this about my dogs. Newt, if something is going on, Newt would be all over me like a cheap suit. You would find blood all over Newt because Newt is my dog. He tries to, I don't even know how to explain it any more than to say the boy tries to climb into my soul. He wants to get in my body. That's how close he is to me, right? Anichka's just like, what? Pet me when she wants to be petted. Don't talk to her when she's got an attitude. She's a girl. She's a brat. She's a little sister. You know what I mean? Dogs have different relationships with their owners and people around them. But the fact that Murphy didn't have blood, does that mean that Murphy was even in the house when it happened? Or does it mean that he didn't go to Kaylee? Or what does it mean? But at the same time, does it mean whether he had blood on him or didn't have blood, does it mean that Brian Kohberger's not the killer? I don't think it has anything to do with Murphy. That's neither here nor there. That's my opinion. So asking for a Frank's case, to have a Frank's hearing about where the dog was, why the dog didn't have blood on it, doesn't prove guilt or not prove guilt. That's what I think. So the judge said, negative, sir, negative. Defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issue 7, the cell phone data. Issue 7 challenges Exhibit A insofar as it discusses data from the defendant's phone and conclusions draw therefrom. He asserts that Exhibit A falsely implies defendant's location on the night of the murders based on impromptu speculations, misrepresentations, and omissions about 4 topics. 1, the geofence return. 2, the timing of the second AT&T warrant. 3, the time defendant's phone stopped reporting. And 4, the tower coverage area. Defendant's proffer on each of these topics is insufficient to warrant in a Frank's hearing. Number 1, the defendant first takes issue with Detective Payne's assertions regarding the geofence return. In Payne's Exhibit A, Detective Payne informs the magistrate that a query of the 8458, that's the last 4 digits of Brian Kohberger's phone, in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cell tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. He then states, based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular phone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular phone off prior to going to the location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in the particular area where the crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will survey an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular phone at a separate location or turn it off, since they do not plan to commit the offenses on that particular day. Defendant contends that Detective Payne's claim that criminals will turn off or leave their cell phone elsewhere before committing crimes is highly speculative and conclusory. He argues that it is just likely the phone was not present in the area. Defendant has not demonstrated the statement was deliberately or recklessly false. What Payne Exhibit A shows is that the Detective Payne, based on his training and experience, drew one conclusion about the lack of return to the exclusion of other possibilities. Where there certainly may be other reasons for the lack of the return, the mere fact that the affidavit did not list every conceivable conclusion does not taint the validity of the affidavit. Further, Detective Payne's conclusion that expressed based on his training and experience in conversations with other experts, which further belies any suggestion that it was deliberately or recklessly false, a Frank's hearing is not warranted in this issue. Number 2, defendant challenges the 1 hour turnaround from when law enforcement receives the return on the first AT&T warrant and submitted the application for a second warrant. According to the defendant's expert, Thomas Slovinsky, it takes 1 or 2 days at minimum to secure call detail records from AT&T and then convert, analyze, and peer review them. He surmises that the fact that Detective Payne was able to complete these tasks in 1 hour means that the FBI already secured and analyzed the information and provided their analysis to Detective Payne, who simply reported to the magistrate that he was told without telling the magistrate the truth on how the investigation truly unfolded. Franks does not contemplate such conclusory accusations. Mr. Slovinsky was not involved in the investigation, and his attempt to impute untoward conduct to law enforcement lacks any foundation. As Detective Payne testified at a prior hearing in this matter, he received the return from the first AT&T warrant and immediately turned over the material to the FBI agent Balance to begin deciphering it while Detective Payne started on the second search warrant application. While defendant may wish to cross-examine, there you go, he's telling you that cross-examine, see what you can get out of it. While defendant may wish to cross-examine Detective Payne on this issue, it is not a basis for a Frank's hearing. Further, even if the FBI had already secured records prior to receiving the return on the AT&T warrant, defendant has not shown how the inclusion of this information in Exhibit A would have negated the probable cause. A Frank's hearing on this is not warranted. All right, let's see. This is more of the handoff that they're talking about, the chain of command of different handling of evidence, like detective who took the DNA swab. I'm just using this as an example of what I mean by chain of command with the evidence. So I would come and take the swab, right? The DNA swab. I cap it. I hand it over to Lulu, who then processes it, writes it all down, puts, stamps it up, sticks it in the envelope, seals it with her seal, sends it on to the FBI. So there's the chain of command, right? I had it. I gave it to Lulu. Lulu then gives it to the FBI. The FBI then hands it over to Melly Joe, who unseals it, does the testing on it, seals it back. So you see how chain of command works. Is what they're talking about. So he is, he's contesting the events of chain of command, how they misuse the chain of command. Once again, the judge said, and no, sir, negative. They did not do anything wrong. All right, we're going to go to the footprint outside DM's door. We're almost done, guys. We're at page 30, and this, like I said, it concludes at 36. But I'll try to shut up. How about that? Y'all want me to shut? I'll shut up. Shut the hell up. I better have 50 likes. I'm only talking because I don't have 50 likes. All right. Defendant has not met his Frank's burden for the footprint outside. Remember, there's a latent footprint. Okay. All right. Defendant contends that all right, let me read the sentence. In issue 9, defendant challenges as false a statement made by Payne Exhibit A about a footprint found outside DM's door. Detective Payne stated in the affidavit, during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to those. Remember, he said similar. He didn't say it was a van. Shut the hell up. Similar to the pattern of a van-type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. The defendant contends that the last sentence is false. Noting that the footprint is closer to her bedroom door than she reported the suspect to be. There are no other prints before or after it, and it is not positioned towards the sliding glass door, which is where DM, the suspect, walked after passing her by. Defendant further claims it is an intentional or reckless statement because its only person was to corroborate DM's unreliable statements. Therefore, nothing false or misleading about Detective Payne's statement. The shoe print was consistent with DM's account. She told law enforcement she saw the defendant walk past her bedroom door after she opened it for a third time. I think he was walking past my door and saw me. I would say he was about 3 feet away. DM's bedroom door is immediately at the landing of the base of the stairs leading to the upstairs bedroom that the shoe print was. Therefore, reasonably within the suspect's path of travel, as described by DM further, the fact that the footprint was located only in one spot and there were no others before or after it does not make Detective Payne's statement false about the path of travel. Consequently, defendant has not shown Detective Payne's statement was false or otherwise misleading. Additionally, defendant has not established that DM's interview statements were wholly unreliable, as disregarded supra up there, as we've already discussed it and said no to about it, or that there was otherwise a need to bolster her credibility in the magistrate's eyes through false corroborations. Consequently, even if the shoe print was not totally consistent with DM's account, defendant has not demonstrated that the statement was made deliberately or recklessly. Moreover, yada, 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 he doesn't get a Frank's. And then he's not met his burdens for a grand jury subpoenas. We don't have to read that. Nope, you didn't meet the burden of proof of that. Lack of victims' DNA in the apartment and vehicle. I think this is one that we need to read. Maybe it's got the details in it that we question. Like, was there DNA in the vehicle? Let's see. Similarly, defendant challenges law enforcement's omission in the Exhibit A as fact that the lab testing performed by the Idaho State Police did not reveal the victim's DNA in defendant's vehicle or his apartment. Defendant contends the lack of DNA is devastating to law enforcement's theory of the case that he was intentionally or recklessly omitted. However, as it was with prior issue, defendant has not established when law enforcement knew the lack of victim's DNA in defendant's vehicle and apartment. Wait, let me reread that. However, as it is with the prior issue, defendant has not established when law enforcement knew. Oh, so law enforcement knows there's no. Oh, so I guess that means there's not any. Lack of victim DNA in the defendant's vehicle and apartment. The 3 ISP lab reports relied upon by the defendant were issued on March 2nd, March 8th, and March 23rd in 2023, respectively. Thus, it cannot be said that law enforcement knew the lack of DNA until the last report was issued. Defendant has not provided or identified any search warrants, affidavits submitting after May 23rd of 2023, much less explained why the lack of DNA was material to probable cause for those warrants. In his reply, defendant claims that the actual testing for DNA was performed by ISP long before the 3 lab reports were issued. He asserted that he has reason to believe that the results of the testing were verbally transmitted to law enforcement at the time. However, the evidence submitted by the defense does not support his assertion. You guys, I'm going to have to go back over that and really figure out what that means, because I believe that it is completely saying that there was no DNA found of the victims. Wait a minute. There's no that you need lack of victim DNA, or victims DNA. It says victim. As of right now, I'm taking it that there is no DNA in either places, his apartment nor his car. But I need to understand why they had 3 lab reports relied upon the defendant issued. Why there were 3 lab reports. I don't know. I need to look into that further, to tell you the truth. So I'm going to skip over that. We do know that in the Franks, it was denied. Wait a minute. No, wait. I got to read it, you guys. I just got to. If you're still here, thank you. I don't even know. There may not even be nobody here. I'm still reading this. I don't know. All right, I'm going to continue reading this. First, defendant submits that ISP lab notes. ISP lab notes from lab report 28, and claims that the testing was done February 13th at 2023, 3 weeks before the report was actually issued. A closer reveal of those lab notes revealed that testing of the various items at issue in lab report 28 took place between February 13th and February 24th. So did it take longer? Is that what that means? That some of the DNA took longer to come back? That it was all being tested, but some, you know how they take blood work at the hospital and they get blood work back little by little because, they're testing for strep and then they're testing for white blood cell count. And, you know what I mean? Is that what that means? That it just takes longer for some of it. That's what I'm thinking right now, but I will delve deeper into it and give you guys, if I can come up with a better analysis. It may just be what it is, and we have to wait for, because of course these lab people, they're going to be on the stand. Defendant also submits that lab reports from a hair and fiber analysis. Wait a minute. Let me go back up here. The final report was issued 4 working days after the last test. Thus, this evidence does not show that law enforcement knew well before the lab report 28 was issued that there was no victim DNA on the test items. This is at best the defendant's speculation. Oh, thus, this evidence does not show that law enforcement knew well before lab was issued that no. Okay. Defendant also submits lab reports from a hair and fiber analysis performed by the FBI lab. The first lab report, dated the 27th of January, revealed that hair and fibers collected from the crime scene were not consistent with the defendant's hair sample. The second lab report, dated February 28th, revealed that the hair and fiber samples collected from the defendant's vehicle and apartment were not consistent with the victim's hair samples. Again, this evidence does not support defendant's assertion that law enforcement knew of the lack of victim's DNA in his vehicle and apartment as of January the 5th. At best, it can be said that law enforcement was aware as of January 28th that the FBI testing did not reveal the victim's hair/fibers in defendant's apartment or vehicle, but it is evident from the various lab reports that law enforcement's investigation with regard to DNA was still continuing. Okay, I got it now. Now I understand why there were 3 different. Okay, it wasn't 3 different places that tested. It was, each test takes a little bit longer. So as one would come in, say the strep test came in, they went ahead and sent that over to them. As the mono test came in, they went over and sent that to them. You know what I'm saying? That's how that was working. They got different tests that they were running on different days because it takes longer to perform tests on some things than others. All right, that makes sense to me now. Therefore, there was no basis for law enforcement to definitively aver there was absence of victim DNA in the vehicle and apartment until the final reports were issued. In other words, defendant has not demonstrated an omission, much less that it was intentional or reckless. Further, defendant has not demonstrated how including this omission would have affected magistrate's finding of probable cause. He contends that it would affect all warrants issued January 5th, 2023 and beyond, but he has not provided any search warrant affidavits from this time period for the court's consideration. However, based on the Payne's exhibit. In other words, had they had all that information before he asked for, before he submitted probable cause to the magistrate, had he had all that information before, it might be relevant. But he didn't have the information. How was he supposed to put it in an affidavit? They didn't know nothing about none of that until after they went in and did the search warrants. You freaking idiot. Makes no sense. I mean, wouldn't you rather say, hey, my DNA wasn't there? Can we get a Frank's report? Doesn't that make more sense? Issue 8. Defendant challenges law enforcement's omission of Exhibit A that defendant was identified through an alleged unconstitutional use of IgG. Here it is, you guys. This is the big one. Saved it for last. He contends law enforcement should have disclosed it in Exhibit A that 1, the methods used by Orthram Labs to conduct the IgG testing allegedly did not meet minimum standards. 2, that the FBI failed to document its own IgG search using Orthram's data. 3, that the FBI manipulated Ortham's data to create a much larger DNA profile. And 4, that the FBI violated its own policy and that the commercial IgG database it uses when it uploaded the DNA profile to the database restricting law enforcement's use. Defendant contends these omissions from Exhibit A were purposeful. He also argues the omissions were material and exculpatory because they would have undermined probable cause by exposing law enforcement's false narrative of investigation. As mentioned before, the court provided a full Franks hearing on this issue. The court's finding of the fact, you guys remember this already happened. The court's finding of the fact on the evidence and the testimony presented at the conclusion of law are fully set forth in its memorandum decision and order on defendant's motion to suppress are regarding genetic information filed contemporarily herewith and incorporated herein, as the court determined in that order that law enforcement's use of IgG to identify as a potential suspect was not unconstitutional. The court found that regardless of whether FBI arguably contravened its own policy and contravened that at MyHeritage, that's where they got the match of Kohberger's dad, and the GED match when it was uploaded to the DNA profile to their database, it was not of constitutional importance. Moreover, defendant has not established a search warrant affidavit new when submitting their respective Exhibit A's that the FBI or the Ortham did anything untoward with regard to the IgG search. Detective Payne was the only person who had submitted a search warrant affidavit from whom defendant elicited testimony at the hearing with regards to the IgG. Detective Payne testified that he knew the FBI was handling the IgG search after Ortham Labs ceased work. Hold on, let me let her out. No problem. She was barking because I didn't know Wednesday was outside, you guys. Detective Payne testified that he knew the FBI was handling the IgG search after Ortham Labs ceased work, but said his communication with the FBI about the issue was sparse and limited to check-ins to ensure the IgG search was continuing. He testified that on December 19, 2022, the FBI provided him only with defendant's name and instructed that it was to be considered solely a tip. At some point after defendant was identified through IgG, the FBI walked Detective Payne through the details of the family tree it had developed from its search, but that was all. Further, he testified to having no familiarity about the IgG database or rules that applied to them. Given the lack of evidence, Detective Payne knew, or even had reason to know, that Ortham or FBI did anything unconstitutional in the IgG searches. Defendant cannot establish any omission in this regard from Exhibit A. It was intentional or reckless. Even assuming Detective Payne had been privy to methods in which Ortham and the FBI conducted the IgG search, Franks does not require law enforcement to divulge every detail of their investigation and describe every lead followed or rock unearthed for evidence. and it gives a case study again. All right. Likewise, there is no requirement that police include evidence as a straw man, simply that evidence can then later be attacked. The focus of an application for a search warrant is whether based on evidence that is presented, there is a probable cause and the evidence will be found in a particular place, not whether the evidence gathering technique used was potentially unconstitutional. While this may be fodder with later motion to suppress, it is not basis for the Franks challenge. When I told you guys at the beginning of this and on my community post that Ann Taylor is not done, and thus why I couldn't wait until Wednesday to come on and do this for Kohberger Wednesday, you can bet your bottom dollar, bet your bippies, there's going to be a whole lot more motions to suppress now. And this is going to be one of them. This is going to be one of them. Is not basis for a Franks challenge. Franks, in case of omission, ask simply whether the affiant left out evidence which, if known, would negate the inculpatory effect on the existing evidence and leave an insurmountable deficit in proof of the probable cause. Defendant has not established that omitting defendant's identification through IgG evidence or that the means in which IgG was performed had this effect. Indeed, had the IgG information been included, even with the problems complained of by defendant, its only effect would have been to add to the probable cause, not detract from it. Consequently, relief under Franks was not warranted. In other words, had Detective Payne put all the stuff in there about how he went about getting Brian Kohberger's name, all it would have done was given more probable cause. That's what would have happened. In conclusion, based on the foregoing, defendant's motion for a Franks hearing is denied. It is so ordered. Dated on this 19th day of February 2025, signed the District Judge Stephen Hippler. There you have it, you guys. I am going to go let my dog back in. I'm going to get a jury, but I want to ask you a question before I leave. 22 people here. Thank you for hanging out with me. Maggie, my love. Lizzo, hello. Sergeant Joe, my sickening friend. Hi, guys. I want to ask you a question before I leave, give you time just to think about it a minute before throwing what you think in chat. And what I think doesn't matter. I mean, I have my own opinion. I want your opinion. Do you think that any kind of genealogy should be allowed, no matter what, to be used to solve a crime? That you shouldn't even have to get probable cause for say your child was murdered. Would you say, officers, yo, officer? No. Don't go through the genealogy basis to find the perpetrator. Because I don't believe in that. I don't believe in the genealogy like that and looking through other people's, we're not protecting their privacy. Can we do it? Can we find my son's killer the other way without doing, I understand that, DNA is foolproof and all that, but they should have a right to their privacy, so let's not do that. Let's try to go another way and find something else. How do you feel about that? let me know while I go and get a ciggy. Maggie, if you want to come up, you can. Because I'm done reading all of that. Now we can have some commentary. But if you're not feeling well, that's okay. All right, I'll BRB. I really would like the answer to that. If your son or your kid, anybody, was murdered, and the officer says, well, give me your DNA and I'll go check the DNA databases. And if his DNA's there, we've got him tomorrow. Or would you say, no. They have the right to their privacy. DNA should be private until they become a felon, and then we can put their DNA into CODIS. So if you can't find it in CODIS, don't go through genealogy. What says you?
Maggie grabs the mic, Laney ditching for a smoke in the bushes. Well, natural, all the viewers woke. Moderators locked out, chaos in the chat. Dress ain't needed in this bizarre habitat. Cigarette ash falling, Maggie's in the lid. Quirky tunes and laughter, planting every seed. Channel turned to madhouse, naked folks abound. Rapture animate, lifting souls off the ground. Was it real, was it just? Leaning in the haze, dreaming wild escapades, lost in smoky craze. Maggie's take over, electrified the scene. Naked in the bushes, or just a funky dream. Rapture in the air, moderators beat damned. Maggie center stage commands, high demand. Techno fails and whispers, virtual distress. Everybody naked, feeling overdressed. Leanie snaps awake, cigarette half spent. Maggie's take over, a fantastical event. Channel run amok, viewers shedding clothes. Digital rapture in the twilight it glows. Was it real, was it just? Leanie in the haze, dreaming wild escapades, lost in smoky craze. Maggie's take over, electrified the scene. Naked in the bushes, or just a funky dream. Rapture in the air, moderators be damned. Maggie center stage commands, high demand. Techno fails and whispers, virtual distress. Everybody naked, feeling overdressed. Leanie snaps awake, cigarette half spent. Maggie's take over, a fantastical event. Channel run amok, viewers shedding clothes. Digital rapture in the twilight it glows. Was it real, was it just? Leanie in the haze, dreaming wild escapades, lost in smoky craze. Maggie's take over, electrified the scene. Naked in the bushes, or just a funky dream. Maggie grabs the mic, Laney ditching for a smoke in the bushes. Well, natural, all the viewers woke. Moderators locked out, chaos in the chat. Dress ain't needed in this bizarre habitat. Cigarette ash falling, Maggie's in the lid. Quirky tunes and laughter, planting every seed. Channel turned to madhouse, naked folks abound. Rapture animate, lifting souls off the ground. Was it real, was it just? Leanie in the haze, dreaming wild escapades, lost in smoky craze. Maggie's take over, electrified the scene. Naked in the bushes, or just a funky dream. Rapture in the air, moderators beat damned. Maggie center stage commands, high demand. Techno fails and whispers, virtual distress. Everybody naked, feeling overdressed. Leanie snaps awake, cigarette half spent. Maggie's take over, a fantastical event. Channel run amok, viewers shedding clothes. Digital rapture in the twilight it glows. Was it real, was it just? Leanie in the haze, dreaming wild escapades, lost in smoky craze. Maggie's take over, electrified the scene. Naked in the bushes, or just a funky dream. Rapture in the air, moderators be damned. Maggie center stage commands, high demand. Techno fails and whispers, virtual distress. Everybody naked, feeling overdressed. Leanie snaps awake, cigarette half spent. Maggie's take over a fantastical event. Channel run amok, viewers shedding clothes. Digital rapture in the twilight it glows. Was it real, was it just? Leanie in the haze, dreaming wild escapades, lost in smoky craze. Maggie's take over, electrified the scene. Naked in the bushes, or just a funky dream.
Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to eat a banana really, really fast. My tongue got so, you know? Phew. You guys, thank you for dropping the copyright in chat. I'm scrolling up really quick just because I know I missed quite a lot. Lunch lady was here. Hi, baby. I hope you guys hit the like for me. I appreciate it so much. Whew. Let me scroll up. I missed a lot of chat. I missed a lot of chat. SA was here. Hi, SA. Shy, I'm eating one, talking. I find that very rude. I can't help it. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the times y'all dropped copyright in the chat for me. I am a Fed. Listen. Was it 2 nights ago? I had to start. My son got in touch with me. His company's fixing us to with somebody for the first time. And he got in touch with me and gave me 2 names. And he's like, I need everything you can find on this person. No, you won't believe it all like that. He was like, how'd you find that? Well, don't you worry about it. Don't even worry about that because this is your freebie. You ever ask me to do this again and spend 5 hours getting all this info on these people I don't even know? You're paying for it. So this is it. Here you go, babies. The only reason New eats the banana, you guys, is because little girl's eating it. Little girl loves it, and it's just like, shit, I'll eat it because she can't have nothing without me. And I treat my dogs like kids. If one gets something, the other one has to have it too. Or else I get all kind of shitty. If Beefcake gives little girl something, doesn't give me something, I'm like, oh no. Oh no. You don't do that to my children. Don't pick it. Don't pick and choose. All right, let's see. It's up there with the song I found hair in my ass. That was so good. Oh my goodness. It's so good to see your beautiful names here this morning. It really is. My goodness. Is lunch lady going? That's what I'm looking for. Lunch lady's not working today. I know she's scheduled. You guys don't know. Lunch lady's scheduled a live today. We need to drop lunch lady. Everybody drop your links. Drop your links or ask a mod to drop your link for you. And no problem. Yeah. Hey. Somebody's up, you guys. Beefcake's up or bonus track? Looks like bonus. Hey. No, Beefcake. Let me see, I was trying- You going in today? I forgot to ask you if you were going in. Okay. Let's see. What was I saying? I'm so sorry. I forgot. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, dropping links. Thank you. Oh, there it is. Okay. Please drop your links in chat. Lunch Lady does have a live scheduled for later on today. I'm going to set my alarm if I'm asleep still and hopefully be over there in her live. Her and hopefully J Badass will be over there as well. And y'all, they're fucking funny. I'm not going to lie. They make me laugh. Y'all get over there and support my friends. Please, please, please. Sorry, I'm just kind of scrolling through really quick. I'm so happy that you guys dropped that many copyrights in here. Oh, Miss Barbara, good morning. You're having an in the bushes kind of day. Okay. Lizzo, how are you feeling, love bug? Lizzo's been fighting some pretty bad, painful stuff. Hope Maggie, I hope you're feeling okay. I hope you're doing better. Yeah, I really I like this judge. I like anybody who is really no nonsense. Like, don't sugarcoat shit for me. Tell me like it is, even if it hurts my feelings. I just would rather know. You know what I mean? Just I don't want to have to read between the lines. I don't like it. And this judge, I just think he's on it, and he's not biased to either side. Oh, Lizzo, I'm so sorry to hear that. 97. Wow, he lived a great life. Great life. I hope your mom finds comfort in that. But it's hard being the one left. I know that. Well, I don't know that, but I can imagine that. That's got to be hard on your mom. Please give her our love if you want to. Sometimes we keep our online lives silent from our loved ones. Some people do. So if she doesn't know about us, just know that we're sending our love and we pray for you. You're on a 2-hour delay. Okay. So you have to leave here in 45 minutes. Not going to be a long live. We are going to meet Jay Brad's friends, one with the birds. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, y'all sub up to our friends, please. Thank y'all for dropping their links. I appreciate that more than you know. Diamond Lucidities, somebody drop, I didn't see diamonds go in. Can we drop diamonds in? Who else am I missing? Can't think. There's Ann's. Okay, good. You're folding clothes. I like doing laundry, actually. I'm having another banana. Hungry. I didn't see any answers to, thank you, Pink Fan. Didn't see any answers to my question. I appreciate it so much. Y'all set up to my friend. I didn't see any answers to the question, or do you not have an answer to that question? Do you remember that question? Did anybody care about the question? I think it's a great question to ask. Sean, are you still here so we could drop your link, love? Nobody? Nobody's got nothing? I'll wait. I'll just get another banana. I'm trying to have a conversation here, people. Just say, nope, I'm not going to answer it. Or, yeah, I'd like to use it. Yeah. If something happens to my kid, use anything you can to find his killer. I'll just eat while you guys decide. Because if it's me, I'm beg, borrowing, stealing. I don't care. I'm sneaking into people's houses for their DNA. Listen, my crimes are going to be solved. I'm going to tell you that right now. Bust open all the databases. Yes. Why not use it? Why not? Listen, I knew when I put my DNA in there that nobody in my family was safe doing anything wrong. That's not my problem. Commit the crime, do the time. Even if you're my kid. What are you looking for? Huh? Simba?
No, Simba's on their own, yes.
Who was it? What are you looking for? Love you. Have a good day. And if it's icy out there, don't drive all the way. Oh, William, right out here. Have you noticed she's scared to go out? Like she'll stand at the door. It's nothing but a sheet of ice.
Yeah, I know it is right there.
Newt's like, I gotta go. And he knows how to go around it. She's like, wah, wah, like I gotta pick her up. Right, little girl. It's not just a scaredy cat. I'm scared of everything.
That should be gone tomorrow.
Okay. Well, if it's icy, come back. Don't be driving that far. You're worth more alive than dead. Not monetarily, but to me. Everybody saying good morning, Beefcake. I think you already shut the door. Oh my goodness, where'd Maggie go? Did she say she had a dip? You dip, we dip. You dip, we dip. I thought I saw her say BRB. I can tell that door just opened because I just gotta chill. Looking for Maggie. I'm taking a slurp of honey, BRB. Okay. Give me a second. Mute, go lay down, buddy. I was asleep to the beginning. Did they say his car? Well, yeah, they do have his car on camera several times, but they did not have a license plate on it, which I wasn't sure about, but there was a couple good nuggets in there. There was a couple of things that I think the number one thing that we heard was that Dylan Mortensen said on the second, she was interviewed 3 times in the beginning, 2 times that day, and then 1 time 4 days later. And on the second and third time that she was interviewed, she said that she saw how did she put it, you guys? That she saw something in his hand that was like a vacuum-like item. Is that Pinky? You remember what did she? How did she put it? Was it a vacuum-like item? And we didn't know that. There was a couple things that were in there that we didn't know, and that was one of them. I wish she would have said I saw a knife in his hand. She didn't. She said it was like a small vacuum item or something like that. I forget what it was now. Handheld vacuum. Yeah, handheld vacuum item that was in his hand. And I mean, there's quite a bit. There's one part that I didn't even read, you guys, and that was how they obtained the DNA from his trash can, and it's also in there. What time? I think it's put in there, but I just thought I'd read that later. I figured y'all got tired of me reading, so I'd hurry through it. But what time the SWAT team went in, and what all they were. Yeah, small handheld vacuum-like item. Yeah, that's what they said. That's right. That he was holding in his hand. Isn't that odd? There was a couple things that they said in there, but that was the biggest thing to me. But also that the hair and the fibers that were found at the scene did not belong to Kohberger, and the fiber and the hair found at his apartment or in his car or whatever, that it didn't belong to the victims. So, hi Maggie.
Hi, Eleni. I'm sorry I'm late. I didn't even know you were doing a live.
No, honey, I went early. I was going to go even earlier, but I knew Lulu was going into Shabbat, and I knew most of it was going to be done when you were sleeping anyway. So I thought, well, I'll just go earlier. So, Lulu,
Okay, honey,
longer
that's
with
fine.
us. Yeah.
Well, I heard last night that the judge has thrown it out. He's going to do it and made it up. So
Yeah,
I think
no
that's what you
Franks.
popped up. Oh,
Mhm. Because here's the deal. This is the whole thing that I thought. I mean, I was itching bad even yesterday to talk about it, but I knew, I had done a live for so long, and yesterday's StreamYard live got so fucking crazy in here. And so I didn't want to bring it up. But then the more I researched, I was like, oh my God, I can't wait till Wednesday, because there's going to be a lot of things that are now
Yeah.
going to be put before the judge that they want suppressed in
Yeah,
this.
I think so too. It's going to
Mhm.
be a lot going and back and forward now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna start coming hard.
Yeah.
And the good news is that everything that they asked him to consider throwing out, and he told them no on, they cannot resubmit it again.
Oh, really?
So,
Because
but what
oh,
they can do is they can hang on to it for appeals, but they
mm,
cannot resubmit it again until there is a verdict in the case. So
right.
all that IGG can be used, all of what else? He doesn't want his phone records used. He doesn't want the Amazon record used. He doesn't want, I mean, there's like 8 things that he wanted the jury not to be able to hear. And the judge said
Well,
negative.
yeah, they're going to, aren't they?
Yep,
Oh,
they're
I'm made
going
up.
on. Yeah.
Brilliant.
But and in fact, a couple things that he put in there, Maggie, you got to read it or just listen to me read it.
Yeah, well, that's what
Uh,
I was just going to say. I'm going to listen to this from the beginning when we get off, and because I'll know you'll have put stuff in, and I like the way you tell it because I understand it more.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad this part's over, but I'm telling, even in it, the judge tells them 2 times. Basically, he says this is a good thing for you to cross-examine him on, or cross-examine uh, Brett Payne, who the officer who actually wrote the magistrate for the probable put in the probable cause to get the search warrants. So, he told him, go do the cross-examination, see what you come up with. But I'm not doing a Frank's motion to, another hearing to get rid of this evidence, because you haven't, because for Frank's, well, you'll hear it all. I don't want to re-talk about it. Come on, little girl. You're just going to have to learn to walk on ice. Come on, walk this way.
Still icy. You're still icy there,
It's
Lou.
nothing. Yeah, it's nothing but. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh my God. There's no way.
Oh.
It will kill my back. No, I'm not doing it. There's a slab of ice out here in the back, on the back porch, and she's scared to walk on it. And that's why she's barking at me.
Oh.
She wants it removed immediately. But then when she sees
on a piece,
she'll see the way Newt walks around it, and so she'll follow him. But
that's cute.
he was a criminology student. He was going for his PhD. He already had his master's. That's what I told Beefcake about. I was like, you already have your master's. Can you just go to school for, I think he would need 2 more years to get his doctorate, get his PhD. And I was like, and then I could be a doctor's wife. He's like, girl, stop it. I was like, it's only 2 years of your life so that I could be called Mrs. Doctor, whatever. Mrs. Doctor.
You get yourself in there and you become a doctor. And then,
girl, you know how many years of school that is? To get your doctorate, it's like 10 years of school.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
But he's only got 2 more years and he could be a doctor. I'm excited. Dr. Beefcake. That's right.
Oh my God. So funny. So you've been on here since 6:30, girl?
Your time? No, I've been on for 4 hours already.
That's what I mean.
6 for your time. Yeah. I was just looking at mine and mine. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See what I mean? You're a natural. I couldn't do that. on my own. No
Well,
chance.
it's just reading. I
Yeah.
mean,
You're still
it's
full of
just,
knowledge, Gail. You knock yourself all the
oh,
time.
I'm full of
You're so
knowledge, all
good at
right.
it.
Yeah, I'm
So good.
full of hell of
And you
knowledge.
like to dig. And
I
then
do like
something
to dig.
yeah, you like to dig. So you're gonna have to start doing these lives more often then if all this is gonna be happening all the time.
Well, we'd have to all agree, I think, on one. I think these ones were the easiest ones. I mean, because right now this is the biggest case in the country, in our country.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why everybody's, and there you're going to find it more and more and more. The closer it gets to trial, people are going to start covering it. But I want everybody to understand too that I have followed this case since the beginning too. I'm not jumping on a
Yeah.
bandwagon.
No.
I always followed this case, always followed Delphi. That's why I've only ever covered those two.
Yeah.
So it would have to be something that we all would know kind of from the beginning or be able to catch up on like we're doing this one.
Well, like when I was flicking through YouTube last night, I noticed when I found out it's about the putting the evidence in and all that.
Mhm.
I noticed there was loads that were live covering it.
Stop. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
telling you, if we get through this heat, without me beating the hell out of Anichka, we're gonna be okay. Get in here. Quit barking. Get in here. Come on, little girl. You're okay. Come on.
Joe, you
Little
better
girl,
be.
come on.
I'm sick. You can't play with lunch lady in front
Come
of me.
on. Come on. You're okay. Come on. I'm just gonna put a blanket over that ice. Maybe that'll help her do distraction.
When has she got to go and meet a man?
My sister's out of town. She won't be back until late
Right.
Sunday night. So I'll take her over on Monday. And hopefully I'll have a good 4, maybe 5 days before she's ready to meet for her just to hang out.
Little Gail. To call a little lady. Once she's pregnant, she'll have to be little lady.
Yeah, it'd be weird calling her mama because that's what I called Cheyenne. It was that she had puppies. But how are
Do
you
you know what?
feeling,
It'll
Max?
just be
You
a
okay?
natural thing. Probably come to you and say it, isn't it? I'm
Yeah.
okay. I thought I turned a corner yesterday, like I said to you, and I went down to do dinner and passing around, sorting stuff out, and I was starting to feel sick, but I took no notice of it and carried on. And then I was starting to feel really sick, like I was going to vomit. So I kept stopping, doing your breathing to try and make you, stop being sick. And then it passed, and then I carry on. And this is the way it was going. In the end, I went into a cold sweat, and I could feel the blood draining from me, so I had to sit down. And I just phoned through to Honey and said, I'm going to have to go back to bed. You'll have to carry on with this when you come in. And that's what I did. I felt terrible. But all night, I have coughed like the beginning. But I'm not bringing anything up. It's just to try cough. Just to try cough.
I would think it would be better if you could bring something up, though. Maybe you need to
That's what I
try
mean.
your.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to do today. I haven't used that yet.
Maggie, I gotta pee real quick.
Go on.
Keep talking. I have my earphones on, so I could hear you.
Okay.
Keep talking.
No, I thought I'd, like I say, I thought I'd turned a corner and I didn't need to have the nebulizer. Excuse me, I need to cough. So I'm gonna use that today because that really helped last time. Do you know what? I mean, I've had lung tests and everything. Everyone says that my lungs are okay. So I'm not concerned about. I'm always getting coughs lately, but I mean, the last one I had was when I was in Turkey, which was in October, wasn't it? That was the last one I had. But here, loads of people are getting this flu. They're saying it's the flu. I don't know. But I haven't had a cold, but sometimes I feel I'm getting one, but I'm not. So I don't know. It's just a cough to me, and that's it. So, and I'm dousing myself with loads of honey. Sorry. There's no more I can do, really. I'm drinking plenty. I haven't got much of an appetite. All I seem to be able to have is porridge, so I'll have a bowl of porridge tonight or something. But I don't know. I just don't know what it is. Stew, or as Maggie would say, a pan of scouse. Oh, don't say scouse to Leanie. Leanie thinks I make scouse every day. She goes, "What are you cooking, Maggie? Don't tell me it's that fucking scouse again." That's what she says to me. My daughter loves the Swedish meatballs. Did them yesterday. Oh my god. So sorry about this. Oh, lunch lady Max doesn't like the hot oil massages I want to give. No, I'm not having no greasy shitty oil on me. Couldn't bear it. But yeah, you've got to have
Maggie,
scouts with crusty bread. Hello, Leanie.
you sound terrible.
I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not. I'm fine.
how is baby Chow feeling?
He's okay. He's up stripping his bed. So he's still not at 100%, but he was just out for one day.
What about
But
Alec? Did he get it?
he's fine. No, not yet.
Okay.
Thank God, not yet. But if he's gonna get it, he's gonna get it, isn't he now?
Yeah.
But no, I don't know what's going on. But everyone here, that's all I'm hearing is when someone's phones and they say, "Oh God, that's all I'm hearing." Everyone's got it.
Yeah.
So,
There's. Yeah.
same by you, isn't it? Everyone's getting it.
Yeah. Everybody's getting it all at the school. Baby Chow. He just got a small dose of it, but like I said, his dad took him over every vitamin you could think of and told him start pouring it down your throat, get it down your throat. Whatever your body doesn't need, you'll pee out.
Yeah.
And he did, so he didn't have it that bad, but
Yeah,
a bunch of his mates had it, and then
Ugh.
she was real sick with it.
Oh.
But she doesn't have an immune system. So she picks up every little thing.
I think that's what happened to me when I went to the funeral and I was around all them people.
I think
and
so
loads of
too.
people coming up, hadn't seen you for years because it's all old friends and that we all used to knock about with and all hugging each other. So it's inevitable, isn't it? When it's going on, that's what's going to happen. And with not going out and being around all these germs, that's just attacking me straight away.
Yeah, you weren't, and you were out a lot, Maggie. And those last 2 weeks, you were gone all the time.
Yeah, I was back and forwards going to places. I said to Alec, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of going out. He laughs. He says to me, hear me.
And plus, it's so cold. Usually if you go out, you wait till it gets good and warm, and then you hibernate.
May. I go out in May. Once that sun starts, I'm out. I'm gone.
Yep, I get it.
In, no sunlight all year. Anyway, you carry on, love. Stop, don't worry about me. You carry on your show. Go on.
Well, it's fine. There was only 2 people that really answered the question. I think everybody's probably over it by now, but I don't know. I know that there's going to be a lot of stuff coming out now, and if I'm going to do this, that there's going to be pop-up lives that I have to do. And whoever's here for it is here for it, I guess.
I'll have to keep checking every day. Make sure you're not on popped up live. Would it be easier for you to do that, Lee, than arrange to?
No. I'm always. Well, I did a post last night, community post about that we're going to continue doing Kohberger Wednesdays because that's just us catching up.
Yeah.
But if anything comes out of the courts, then of course I'll do a pop-up live on it because we'll never get through all of it if I don't. So we'll just add to it like that. But and I don't mind doing it. And what I could do is just send you a message if I'm live. That way you could just check that right away.
Yeah, as soon as I wake up. Yeah, if you remember. If not, what I'll try and remember is to when I wake up is to just check YouTube for you. Because sometimes you just want to be spontaneous, don't you, and get on and not just, find me if I'm here, I'm here. If I'm not, I'm not. Just do that with me. Don't worry about it. You just do your thing.
Do my thing. Do my thing.
Yeah, do your thing. Do you thang? You say thang?
My thing.
Do my thang. Listen,
I don't.
guys, can you answer my question? Can you tell me if I sound more like Lainey when I'm sick? Listen, I want to know. I want to know. Do I? I want to know. Do you think I do, Lainey?
I don't know how I sound. So
Oh, you sound
I
just
mean,
like just did then. I don't know how I sound.
you guys are the ones that like my voice. Nobody likes their voice. So I don't, to me, you don't sound like me because I don't like my voice, but I like yours.
But I like yours. You,
See, that's the way it always
you
is.
say
Everybody's like that.
yours. To me, I like yours. How can Americans say they don't hear their accents? I know I've got an accent.
No, we don't have an accent at all.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so do you know when somebody's doing the American accent, can you hear an accent?
Like
You
when
know when
you're,
someone tries to talk like a Scouser and they're on the TV and they're trying to play a Scouser and I go, oh my God, that's the worst person they could have got playing us as a Scouser. That's terrible. Right, so I obviously hear the Scouse accent in them. So when someone's playing an American accent and they're really crap at it, do you then hear your accent?
sometimes, if it's not an actor, I could tell that I could tell if they're not really talking in their voice. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, okay.
But
So
only American. So if it was like someone from Australia talking in a Scouse accent and I didn't know that they were from Australia, I would just assume that's their accent. But yeah,
yeah,
I can hear the American accent. Like in some of the shows that Nicole Kidman has played in, she's played an American. I could hear her dialect in it.
oh wow.
Uh-huh. But
See,
there's some of them that I can't.
you're the most American that I can understand. You're the one I can understand 100%. Except when you say sorority. Sorority. I'm on it now. Sorority. So
Sorority.
you go sorority.
Yeah.
Sorority. You roll
Yeah.
your R's. Sorority.
Sorority.
Sorority. Sorority. Oh God, don't start that again. I'll be saying
Shut the hell up, Joe. Nobody cares what you have to say.
I can hear it, Maggie. If they are doing a country accent or not bad, and it's always over exaggerated.
And just so you know, Joe, I want you to know right now, Maggie sent me a video of her singing to her dog, and I showed it to Newt, and Newt started whining.
Tits.
Yeah, it was so cute.
If I sing in a high-pitched voice, my dog has to join in for some reason. He has to sit on me and join in.
Hi,
Newt, is Newt
Lolly.
there?
Yeah, Newt's there. But I have you in my ear. I don't have speakers.
Oh, it's in your ears. Sorry. Sorry, just near blue Leonie's eardrums.
No, I don't mind. I like it.
Is it
I like everything you say, Maggie.
is it Newt that doesn't like JLR and
Oh
Kohberger?
no, he does not like JLR. He does not like Brian Kohberger.
You're gonna have a terrible time
Lizzo.
now because he's gonna be on the screen all the time.
I know. And every
Hey, look.
time he growls, he cannot stand him.
So he's gonna be demented now then.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I had to have a talk with him about JLR. I was like, he's an okay guy. He's all right. He's got his crap together. He's finally acting his age.
He's in his own lane. No bother to no one.
I love how he's boots on the ground and does all that and gets excited and shit like that. I was like, Newt, you gotta like JLR, okay? I was like, but that Brian Kohberger, you are right on it. Lizzo, 9 months. Thank you so much.
Wow.
If you haven't put in your milestone, put your milestone
Could have had a baby
in, guys.
by now, Liz. Could have had a baby.
Could have had a baby. Could have had a YouTube baby by now, Liz.
Yeah. 9 months. I can't believe the time that's gone by. But you know what, Leanie? I feel I've known you longer.
Oh, I do too.
I can't
Absolutely.
believe it's only been 9 months.
No, honey, no, it's been over a
A
year.
year, I mean. I can't believe it's only been that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it
Sorry.
goes. Where does it go?
No, I just don't know, but I feel like I've known you longer. Like
I
I've
do
known
too.
everyone on here longer. Oh, God.
You
Schlazy,
poor
I'll whisper
thing.
in your ear as I give you a hustle. Isn't that Joe a little? Look at him. What goes from one to the other?
He does. He's sickening. Wait a minute. Lolly said she had a murder in her neighborhood on Monday night. Go get video.
Oh my God, tell us, Lolly.
Go get video. See, we can't really ask her the location to look it up because then she docks herself. But Lolly,
Was
did
it
you get
really close
video?
to you? Can you drive past and get us some
Did they?
footage, please?
Yeah, did they solve it? Is it a murder house now? Because my daughter lives across the street from a murder house. Hasn't been solved yet.
That you need to go and stand outside and get close up pictures. Close up. In my mind, I want to see that murderer walking in. I want to see what I think he got in.
Little girl, come here.
She still won't go on the ice.
No, she's already been out. This is what she does. Like every few minutes, she wants to go back outside.
Can't you just let it out and shut the door for a bit?
Sure, but then like 2 minutes later, she wants back in. So I'm up and down and up and down and up and down.
And is she like this only because she's in heat or anytime?
Yeah, I should have known that. Remember, I don't know if you remember, but the day before I was live and I was like, y'all little girls drive me crazy. She's going outside
Yeah.
every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the next day she started bleeding. And I was like, son of a bitch, I should have known.
Yeah. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because they like to get out to entice every dog in the neighbourhood. Because we used to be persecuted here. One of them had a bitch and she'd let them out, on the step. And
Mhm.
all the dogs had all come from everywhere. And she'd be pushing her ass into the railings so all the dogs could get to her. So that's probably what she's trying to do.
No, she's not at that stage yet where she'll stand for a dog. What it is,
she knows you can't get her. She's teasing.
well, that's a funny story, but what it really is scientifically is, you know how we pee out of one hole and then we have our period out of another. We pee out of our vulva, and then we or urethra, and then we bleed out of our vaginas, our vaginal canals, if you will.
Well, no, I didn't actually, but I had an idea because I was thinking, what's going on? I've heard things and I didn't even know. What's wrong with me?
I don't know, Maggie.
Oh,
but
I
a
can't
dog
do.
doesn't do that. It all comes out the same hole. They don't have a urethra. So it all comes out the same hole. So when she feels the blood or whatever, she thinks she's got to pee. So they're going all the time. Yeah, they go all the time for the first couple days.
Oh, well, I've learned something again today. Just shows you.
Look it up, Fire Captain. Oh, I'm gonna look it up. I have to look it up. Fire Captain Rebecca Marodi.
Marodi. Fire Captain Rebecca Marodi. Oh my God!
How do you spell the last name? I can't see it.
Marodi.
Oh,
come on.
Okay, hold on.
Let me go on mute in case I cough.
All right, let me do this one 13 hours ago. All right, hold on. Let me stop it there. Go to your image. Pre-zoom it. God, I'm super excited. Super excited. Somebody was killed in Wally's neighborhood. All right, it's come on, play. Okay, unmute. Come on, get there. Wife identified as suspect in stabbing death of Cal Fire captain in San Diego County. Oh, tramp. I'll read it until this comes up. It says, Ramona, California. Authorities have identified the suspect in the stabbing death of California Fire captain in San Diego County. According to Sheriff's Office, 53-year-old Yolanda Marodi, also known as Yolanda Olenzinskak, is wanted. Oh, they haven't gotten her yet. Oh, they're coming for you. Is wanted in connection with the death of Rebecca Becky Marodi. Wait a minute. Hold on. According to the sheriff's office, 53-year-old Yolanda Marodi, also known as Yolanda O, is wanted in connection with the death of Rebecca Becky Marodi. The suspect, who is married to Ramodi for about 2 years, was sentenced in 2004 to an 11-year prison after she pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter for fatally stabbing her then husband. Yolanda O served her time and was released. Didn't Richie just asked me yesterday if they could be rehabilitated? And I said, I don't know. Well, here we go. Okay, that's why I was confused because, because they're two women. That's why I was confused. The suspect, who was married to Marodi for about 2 years, I already got that. Authorities said, remains at large. Bitch, they're coming. Her whereabouts are unknown, but she may have fled to Mexico. You tramp! She's being described as 5'2" woman with brown hair, weighing about 166 pounds. The sheriff's office has said it's investigating the fire captain's death as potential domestic violence incident. Deputies responded to a radio call just before 9 p.m. Monday regarding an assault with a deadly weapon at a home in the 2200 block of Ranchero Villa Road in Ramona. Deputies found Marodi with several stab wounds and treated her until Cal Fire paramedics arrived. She was later pronounced dead at the scene. Marodi served more than 30 years with Cal Fire, mainly in Riverside County, starting as a volunteer in Moreno Valley. She also recently, you guys, I think she was on the news during the California fires because she looks very, very familiar. She recently helped in the Battle of the Eaton Fire. The tragic loss of Captain Marodi is mourned by her family, friends, and her Cal Fire family. Cal Fire said. John McClinging Smith, a Cal Fire Riverside County Public Information Officer, knew Marodi for 30 years. She was always very positive, he said. Always had a smile on her face. It didn't matter what the situation was. I think that's one thing that everybody has been talking about was her smile and her laugh, and just the fact that she was always there. Marodi was planning to retire later this year. Say what? Yolanda, girl, you need to go ahead and pull off them eyelashes, girl, because we're coming for you. Coming for you. Let me look and see. I swear. What is her name again? Rebecca Ramoni, right? Rebecca Maroney. Rebecca Ramoni. Now Wednesday starts. Oh my God. I could swear I seen her on the news talking about the fire.
Lolly's just said she thinks she believes she was on the news for the fires.
I think so. She looks so familiar. Oh, let me see. Fire
I used to
captain.
be like that. Remember, everyone's face, knew if I'd seen you somewhere. Now, if I seen you right now in front of me, I'd forget you in 2 seconds flat. Not messing. Not messing.
You're not messing.
Not messing. Lizzo said she thinks she was. She remembers the
Yeah.
name. Oh, don't ask me.
Of course, all they're doing is showing that, the offense. They're not showing her being on the news. Wait a minute. What's this? Let's see. Let me get rid of this.
Lolly's saying good person. My friend's son works with her and said she was such a good person.
She looks sweet as hell.
Oh.
I think is this her right here? Wait, is that her right there? Let's see. This is the fire official. Come on, why are we spinning? Play it, damn it. I don't know why it's spinning and why it won't catch up the other spin too. Well, this is her because her badge says Becky Marodi. God bless her. Gonna retire, and what they say next month, and this dumb bitch does this. I knew I had recognized her face. Well, that's just gonna spin. That's just gonna spin. That's very sad. I hope they catch her. I think they will. They'll catch her.
Yeah.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Listen, totally off topic. I've just said I'll have to ask Laney. So, in my mind, I get random things that come in my brain out of nowhere, absolutely nowhere. And I was thinking of twins, right?
Mm.
And I was thinking about evil twins. Now, I've seen loads of stuff on evil twins, but I don't mean evil twins who are evil to other people. I'm talking about one of the twins being evil to the other. Have you ever heard any stories of that?
Yeah, I've got, so my bonus child that lives with me is an identical twin. And, I mean, I've told you guys that he's had a really hard childhood. And, him and I couldn't believe it when he came to live with me. I only knew of him. Well, he came to my house about 3 or 4 times to stay the night with Baby Chow. And before Baby Chow asked me if he could move in when he was in the 10th grade. And I said, yeah, of course. I just have to have it in writing from his mother. And so I got it, I texted her. So I had all the text from her and stuff like that. And he used to tell me stories. It took him a little while, but he would tell me stories of how mean his brother was to him. His brother, identical twin.
They were twins.
Identical twin. And he would tell him, why don't you just go kill yourself?
Oh my
Be
God.
very, very evil to him. And I listened to quite a lot over a couple of weeks, and then it dawned on me what was going on was that they were being pitted against each other. So there was a lot of violence from their mom and from their stepdad, right?
Oh my
And that they both knew that if whichever one stayed on their mom's good side, that was the one that didn't get in trouble, didn't get
God.
abused. So because of that, this kid, the one that's here with me, he's very, very soft-hearted. And because I know his twin at some point was looking for a place to stay. Him and my son told me, and I was like, "You guys, just go get him. He could stay here too." And even he said no. He's like, "Please don't bring him here." And that's when everything came out. And I was like, and even my son, he was like, "Mom, now they're totally two different people. You wouldn't even know other than looking alike that they were even twins because they're completely different." And he's very hateful to my bonus kid. And then my bonus kid said, "Please don't bring him here." He said, "I can't live with him ever again."
And
And
does that
now,
other twin still live with the mother?
no, he left to, for a time they moved in together. When we moved out here, they moved in with their biological aunt and the mother's brother, who, by the way, their mother and the brother that they moved in with are twins as well.
Oh my God.
And they hate each other.
Oh.
And so they're not identical twins, but they're twins and they hate each other. And the mother always told them how bad her brother was, blah, 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 and all this, right? And so somehow they ended up, after high school was over and he decided he didn't want to go to college, and we were moving out here, he said, "I'm just going to move over with my aunt because she said she'd help me find a job and stuff." And I was like, "You do what you think you got to do." So he ended up moving in, and his twin brother ended up moving in. And it just was a bad experience. It was totally bad. It was so bad. And he ended up living in his car again. And then baby child's the one that he came out of the room one night. Luckily he was home from college during this time. And it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. He said, "I'll be back." I said, "Where are you going?" And he said, I got to go to Duncan. And that's, baby, my bonus kid's name. And I was like, "Where's Duncan?" And I was like, "Isn't he in his aunt's house?" And he's like, "No, Mom, I just got done talking to him. He's been living in his car for a week." And I was like, "You go get him and bring him home. He's not allowed to live in his car." And he was too embarrassed to call me and ask me if he could come. So finally, after being out there for a week in a car, working and going to school, he called my kid and he's like, I don't know what to do anymore.
Oh,
And
that's
so,
heartbreaking.
and he made him follow him. My kid made him follow him back here. And I was like, "You are not allowed to do that ever. You're to stay here." And I cleaned out that room. And he's been here ever since again.
And
So I
how
had
old
him
was he when he come to live with you, Lee?
when he came back to live with me, because he lived with me so half of his 10th grade year, all of his 11th grade year, and all of his 12th grade year. So that's 2.5 years. Then he left for 2 years, and then he came back. So he's been back here for almost 2 years ago.
Oh, God bless you. He must
So
really high pedestal, Lee, for that, for saving him. Oh, I don't
he's
know why it even came into my brain thinking about it.
he's just I just love him.
I love him.
I just adore him so much. I mean, he's just like my own kid.
Oh, I'd love
Really.
to speak to bonus child.
Even when so he was living with me when my oldest son married his wife, and he was in all of our family pictures.
Oh, God
He's in
bless.
all of our family pictures.
He's just one of you now, isn't he?
He's just my kid. It broke my heart
That's
whenever he
lovely.
decided he didn't want to go to college, and he moved out, and we moved over here. It broke my heart. But he's like,
Oh,
"I gotta grow up sometime," and I was like, "Go on, spread your wings." And he literally spread his wings because signed up for pilot classes, and now he's a student pilot. I'm so proud of him. He's my baby. And
Oh, that's lovely,
and
Lainey. You're lovely.
and he so I'm gonna tell you guys this. I don't like talking about like personal stuff with me. But you guys know I found my bio family down in Savannah, Georgia. When I met them, my bonus kid was living with me. He's in high school, and he's half black, half white. His mom is white. His dad is half black. He's never met his dad before. And some of that family had come up to visit. Now, the South, there's a lot of the South guys that is still very, very, very prejudiced. And they had come up to visit me, and here I've got this kid that you can definitely tell is biracial. And then after they left and after they knew me for a little while, somebody in the family, I'm not going to say who, asked me why I had a black person living in my house. And I was like, he's not a black person. And they're like, well, yeah, he's not. And I was like, no, you're not getting what I'm saying. He's a person. He's just
Yeah,
he's
correct.
a human. You know what I mean? So because he's got some blood in him that isn't the same color as my skin, just for that alone, I'm not supposed to take care of him.
It's
I'm
not
supposed to let him live in a car somewhere, go to a homeless shelter. That's what you would do.
Yeah.
And I just told that person, I said, I'm glad we have different mamas, because my mama didn't raise me like that. It doesn't matter what walk of life or what you look like or what's flowing in your veins. If you needed a place to go, my mama was like, come here.
Oh,
We'll
God
all
bless
sleep
her.
on the floor together.
Oh,
The apple never fell far from the tree. I always, the
good for
whole
Emily.
time, yes, the whole
She left
time,
her mark. She's left her mark.
yep. And the whole time, Beefcake will tell you maybe 2 years split up in all these years we've been together. Have we not had somebody living with us? We don't really
Oh,
always, because that's the way my mom was. And she always pulling people in, always. We had
listen,
nothing.
hey,
We
love,
were moving every time the damn rent came due.
you're
But
a
we
warm
just
person, and
suffered
how can
together.
someone be horrible because of colour? I just don't get it. We don't understand it because we're not that way inclined. It's just,
Yeah.
oh,
And ever since, that's just one reason why I still talk to my daddy. That's I call him my daddy. And his wife, but basically I have nothing to do with the rest of the family, because
yeah.
I was just like, I raised my kids in Savannah, Georgia, but my kids weren't raised like that either. I never allowed that. Never,
No, no.
never. And maybe it's different because I was military, and in the military, your family is wherever you're living. You know what I mean? Like if you're living
Yeah,
overseas, that military becomes your family. And
yeah.
it doesn't matter about color. So that's the way I grew up. That's the way my kids grew up. So to me, that is taught in the home. It's not taught because of where you live.
100%, 100%.
Yeah. So that was taught in their home. And I'm just like, I got no time for that. That baby, he's not a baby, he's 21, but he's my baby. And he's every bit of I don't care what he looks like. I don't give a damn. He's my boy. He's my kid.
Yeah,
And
that's
I'll
it.
be, you're not allowed to speak to him like that
Oh,
or
that's a
about him.
lovely story, a lovely ending, Lainey, for him. Lovely,
Yeah.
absolutely lovely.
And he's going to do good, and he's going to be a pilot someday. And I told him, I
Oh,
said, I'm never flying with you. I don't care if you got 20 years experience.
that'd be
And
me.
he said, why? And I was like, I've seen you do some dumb shit. You're always going to be the kid, not the grown man. And I'm sorry. You're luckily I ride with you anywhere, like in your car when you're driving. I was like, hell no, not in the air. And baby child's scared to death to fly, but he tells them all the time. He's like, I can't wait till you get your license. He said, I'll make sure I'm on your plane all the time.
Wow.
He's like, you're the only person I'm not scared to fly with. I'm like, what?
Oh.
I was like, you guys are idiots. There's no way.
Oh.
I wouldn't get in a plane with my own kids. No way.
I wouldn't get in a plane with Alex driving either.
That's
Oh my
right.
God.
That's right.
No chance. Well, so
But
now I know, because I've often wondered, like, well, more so last night, it just comes into my mind, thinking, I wondered if, where they both feel things the other feels, and you normally hear of how close they are and stuff like that. But
mhm,
to know that one can be cruel to the other, it's like,
yeah,
oh, I just don't get it.
yeah. Like my dad, my
Oh,
bio dad, he's an identical twin. And him and his twin, they're in their, they're they're going to be 79 this year. They still talk several times a day.
oh.
They have to
So have
call each
you
other. They
haven't got
wake
any
each other
twin
up.
grandchildren, have you, Lee?
No,
No,
but my
it's
sister does. Isn't that funny?
your
Dawn has
sister.
twin. Dawn has
Oh,
twins, and we don't
really?
have the same father. No, mm-mm,
Ah. Oh,
no.
isn't that strange?
But my bio sister, who's my dad's
Yeah.
daughter as well, she's got the twins.
Wow.
Yeah, she's a twin, and wait, no, she's got the twins. Yeah, yeah. So it's my dad, and then she would now be the middle sister because I'm the oldest. She's got a set. Her first kids were a set of girl twins.
I was told it's the mother that decides the twins. If that makes it's not the father, is that right?
I was told it was the father.
Ah.
Oh, you
Whatever.
know how my sister Dawn has twins? I just thought of it. It escapes me. Her son-in-law, her oldest daughter is married to a twin, but he lost
Right.
his twin like when they were 2 years old. So that's
Ah.
why I always forget that her son-in-law was a twin. So that's how she has, but her twins, her grandchildren are a boy and a girl, which is really sweet.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely story. It's a
Yeah.
sweet, it's lovely, lovely. So, just so warmly, and your mum has brought you up. It's just amazing the way everyone should be brought up. You just don't see anything like that, and I'm glad I've done this exactly the same as what my mum did. It was never. My mum used to say to us, "You fall in love with who you want. It doesn't matter or what they are, what colour they are. It doesn't matter. If they love
Mm.
you and you love them, we're happy for you. It just doesn't matter."
Yeah, it's just weird how people are just raised so
Yeah,
different.
it
And
is. It's
they
sad.
haven't been back to my mom and daddy have come up to my house, but those other people, they haven't been back.
No,
I
I'll
haven't
be the
invited
same.
them because
No?
he's not going anywhere. He can be here as long as he can. As long he works as much as he can work at. It's a fast food restaurant because he goes just like he had 2 flights today,
Wow.
or yesterday actually, and
So when will he become a pilot then, Lee?
so he'll graduate from pilot school about the same time next year that baby child graduates college. But
Is
you have to have so many hours of flying before you
flying
can become a
experience, yeah.
commercial pilot. So what they do is after they're done with school, the school offers them a job to become a teacher. And that's how they get they're getting paid to be a pilot teacher and teach kids like him to fly. And that's how they get their flying hours to actually become a commercial pilot. And
So
that's
will he
what,
do like charter flights and stuff like that?
hmm hmm
Yeah. Wow, isn't that
yeah,
brilliant?
yeah.
Lee and his son's a pilot. Can't get over it.
Mhm.
Wow.
Godfather, hello. We are still up.
I
Is
see.
that your bio dad in your shorts? No, that is my dad who raised me, Lolly. I asked his permission if I could, because he knows I record him all the time. I record his singing all the time. He raised me.
Oh, I love
Um,
listening to him
he's my
singing.
stepdad, and but I don't know that my bio dad would allow me to put him on Facebook. But I will tell you, I look exactly like him. Exactly. White hair, white
Yeah,
everything, very
I've
fair
seen the
skin.
yeah, image.
I look just, you've seen my dad, right, Maggie?
I have,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I look
Yeah,
just like
you
my
can
dad.
definitely tell. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Same color hair, everything.
Yeah.
Mm. Where have you been, RC? You been in the
He
bushes?
he didn't want to listen to our true crime.
You just want to listen to us. He tells us to shut up all the time.
All the time.
Good
Shut
to
up,
see
shut
you,
up.
RC. Hope you're okay, love.
Yes, Pink. My bio dad lives near Savannah, Georgia. So when I say I'm going to Georgia, that's where I'm going. And then
What's
my
that
dad
mean?
who raised me, that's in my short videos, my dad who raised me, he lives in Tennessee. He's the one that has like, I think he has 58 acres over there in Tennessee and has a natural bat cave on his property.
Oh yeah, you told us. God,
He's
we've
in
got
he's
new land.
in Florida with Dawn right now.
Is he? Do you
Yeah,
feel left
he's
out?
no, they ask me to go places all the time. I'm like, nah, I don't want to be with you people.
Oh, I'd be jumping in that car, Leanie.
No, I love road trips, but I'm gonna tell you, like, none of them smoke. Well, Beefcake doesn't smoke either, but if I tell Beefcake, like, you gotta pull over, dude, because I need a cigarette, he'll pull over. But if my
Yeah.
brother-in-law's driving, he's like, no, we're not pulling over.
Oh well, I
And
couldn't go
after
then if I was
that,
a
I
smoker.
was like, the last time I went on a road trip with them, we went down to Florida to take my mom to her sister's funeral. And they wouldn't stop. And nobody
Oh,
was smoking but me and my other sister, Debbie, because my mom talked all of her 4 kids into taking one last trip with her. And she wasn't lying because she was checking out that year on us, and Debbie was checking out soon too. And so we all said, okay, so all 4 of us kids went to Florida with my mom, and my brother-in-law drove, and me and Debbie were in the very back seat of the van. We got shoved back there. And we were the only 2 smokers. And we were like, I mean, we weren't asking every hour, or even every 2 hours, like
yeah.
every 4 hours. It's like a 19, 20-hour trip, you guys, like every 4
Is he
hours.
is he like
And
totally anti-smoking? He
yes,
can't stand it. Yeah,
yeah.
not on
And I
this.
was like, this will never happen to me again. Like, never, never, never. He's like, you can
Yeah, I
smoke when we stop for
understand.
gas.
Oh
We could
God.
drive for almost 8 hours. Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
yeah,
He doesn't, he's like, get a vape. He don't care if you vape in the car because he says he can't smell it. But he
but is
said, I
that
think I
not? Is
smell
would that not do you, Lee? Vaping?
it doesn't feel the same to me.
No, I'd be the same probably when if I smoked.
Mhm.
I couldn't cope. No, we should have stopped off. I mean, I couldn't bear anyone smoking in my car, but my friends get out. I just keep the windows up and let them have the ciggies.
Yeah, I mean, when you get back in, you do. I mean, it's on your clothes. I get it,
Smell of
but
smoke,
you know
yeah,
what? I offered to drive. I was like, me and Debbie, Mom, we're gonna ride together, and then she can smoke in my car. I'll smoke. We won't hold anybody up. And my
yeah,
brother-in-law was like, I will pull over. It's going to be better if we all ride in the van together. Mom's
yeah.
going to love it more. And I'll pull over whenever you guys want to smoke. And we could all chip in for gas. And I was like, you promise? And he's like, yeah. And that effort got me in the car and had me
Oh,
pull over. Sure. I was like, this is the last time I'm riding with you, you
yeah.
dickhead.
Well, I understand them when why you don't jump in because that's not fair to not
And
let
my
you have
dad
it.
is worse. My dad is the complete worst because now this is the dad who used to smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day, Marlboro Reds, right? And he's majorly anti-smoker, which go ahead, do what you want to do. I don't care. But
But
uh
remember how you were when you wanted a cigarette and couldn't have one?
uh-huh. So whenever like I drive him home, like when he comes up to visit, and I'm like, oh, it's my turn, I'll drive dad home. And I'll jump out midway. Now it's a 4 and a half, 5 hour drive to his house. I only smoked one time. One time, I'm like, Dad, I'm getting out of this car. I'm going
Oh
in. I'm
my
getting me a
God.
Diet Coke. I'm going to walk around for a minute. You get out and walk around because, you know,
Yeah.
you're old and I don't need you getting any blood clots. Get your ass
Yeah.
out and walk around. And every time I get back in the car after I've walked around, he's like, I can smell your cigarette smoke. I'm
Oh
like,
God.
bitch, this is my car. You're lucky I didn't light up in here. And then he's like, you don't talk to me that way, you little.
You
And
have
I'm
to
like,
get
I'm
some hair
talking to you.
perfume.
It don't matter. You can still smell it.
I
He's
know, but you
he
know
could
what? You're not smoking in the car, so I just have to go, shut up.
Maggie,
Shut
I
up.
remember being 7 years old and I'd go up and I'd hug him and he would hug me and he'd always put his face on my head and I thought he was kissing my head,
It
which I
was
thought was
smelling
just,
your
I
hair.
love. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he would say, have you been smoking? And I was like, I'm 7. And he's like,
Yeah.
have you been smoking? Because back in their day, they did
Yeah.
at that age, you know? And I was like,
Mhm.
no, I don't smoke. And he said, your hair smells just like smoking. It never leaves your hair. And I was like, my mom smokes in the house.
Yeah.
And then he'd go get in the shower. Go get in the shower. And he'd only, and then I figured out, you bastard, you're only hugging us to smell our
Just to
hair.
smell your
And
hair,
then
yeah.
you
Because
swear up
years
and
ago,
down that we're smoking.
yeah. Because years ago, parents have done it, smoked around children. It was just new babies in the prams and everyone's got cigarettes out, never given a thought. Then all of a sudden, people started standing on the doorsteps. I noticed, smoking. And
Yep.
one day, the little boy, my friend's little boy, came over, and I could smell loads of smoke on him. Now, his mum
Mhm.
did never smoke inside, and she went, "Tell me if you can smell smoke on him." So I went, "Yeah." She went, "Oh my God!" So she started walking down the path and closing the door because she was told by his sister that she could smell smoke on him, and it was really bad. And she did stand outside,
Yeah.
but she kept the door
Well,
open.
you know, when we went to go and see the new grandbaby, I did not hold him because
Oh,
I have always waited. Like if they bring him over, I'll run in, take a shower, wash everything, put on clean clothes,
hmm,
then I'll hold my babies and
yeah,
I'll hang out
yeah.
with them for a couple of hours and then I give them back to their mom and
Oh,
I'm good. But because they were still in the hospital, I had just drove all that way. I hadn't had a shower yet. I didn't
yeah,
hold him. I just took
yeah,
pictures while his pawpaw smoked him. I mean,
yeah,
smoked him, held him.
yeah.
So,
Smoked him.
he smoked the baby. But no, yeah, I'm very sensitive about that stuff.
Yeah.
I would never do that.
I
Never.
remember when my son was born and all the neighbours were coming in, it was like baby Jesus all coming in. It's lined up with because I'd gone through a lot, so everyone was coming. And as I told you before, they were lining up outside to all come in and see him with little gifts. It was lovely. And this one came in that used to live on the corner. And she came in and she picked him up and she put her lips right onto his lips and kissed him. Leanie,
Oh
I,
my God.
I said, "Marie, please don't do that." And she looked at me and I went, "You don't kiss tiny babies on the lips, Marie." And I took it out, trying my best. And I took, do you know, everyone that came in, I was like making excuses to stop them holding them. And he got a cold sore. And I always blamed her because me nor Alec ever kissed him on the lips. Not when he
Oh,
was a
I kissed
tiny,
my
tiny,
baby on the
no,
lips.
not as a tiny, tiny baby. I was terrified, Leanie, terrified to pass anything on to him or anything because,
I
because
figured
I
if I
never
was
told
gonna
the others. I was just scared to do it. And then she did that. I couldn't believe it. Who goes in to a little baby and kisses them on the lips?
mm-mm,
Only a couple of
mm-mm.
days old.
Mm-mm. Nope, nope, nope. In fact, when I had gone there and she was like, you can hold him if you want. She said, just put the
Uh,
blanket over your shirt. And I was like,
yeah,
no. I was like, the blanket's going to smell. Then he's going to smell. He's breathing all that in. It's just gross. And she's like, well, the only real rule I have is don't kiss him. And I was like, as you should. I
yeah,
was like, you better be saying that to people. But I always
yeah,
kiss my babies. You know why? Because I figured They have my DNA. They have my blood. If they were going to catch something
Mm.
from me, they would have caught it in the
Well,
womb.
that's what the midwife said to me when I was scared and to kiss him on the lips because I was kept looking at him and I wanted to kiss his lips. And she said for 6 weeks after he's got immunity, he won't pick anything up. But I was so frightened because of the losses. Obviously, I was traumatized. I was terrified to do anything that could potentially get him sick. So
Yeah.
that's why I wouldn't do. But she was trying to explain to me, the babies for the first 6 weeks have got, they won't pick anything up. Don't worry,
Mhm.
because I had a terrible cough as well, and another cough, and but she was trying to assure me. But yeah, I can't believe that strangers could go in and do that to a tiny baby.
No, I can't believe that either. I mean, people are just raised different. Lolly said it's a big joke in my family that I started smoking at 7 and I quit when I was 7. Got caught smoking because I burned my eyelashes off.
Have you ever done that, Leonie? Got your ciggy
No,
in your mouth and bent down to the gas, the gas on the cooker? And
no, no,
oh, I burnt my fringe right off. I've smelled
no,
burning, and the next thing it's all singed, all frizzy.
no, but I have singed my hair from lighting the cigarette because, I put product in my hair. So I'm up here lighting and it goes, when I've got bangs, it goes, and it
Oh
just
no,
singes
I've
right
just
off.
bent
And it's
down and got a light off the cooker, and they went up.
a mess, a complete mess. Um, Luckily I got curly hair. Just slick it back. Oh,
Your hair's
well,
lovely. You could singe your hair and it wouldn't notice because you got loads of
nobody
curls.
cares. Nobody. Yeah, you don't need to. Hi, Ann's place. Hello.
I
Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Well, you know what? I am done. I think a 5-hour live is plenty. Remember when we used to do 8 and 10-hour lives and now I'm just like, oh God, let me get through 3. You know what I mean?
I know. I think sometimes though you struggle to. I mean, you've done all your life before I got on. You've done everything. You've come to, and I've kept you in, Gavin. So you're tired now.
No, I love talking to you. I would sit up another hour talking to you, but
Yeah, well, I
I want to
wouldn't
take a
because I want you
shower.
to go to bed. I'm going to
I,
take a shower myself now because I feel all hot and horrible. So, and Joe's on his way over anyway.
Who's Joe?
Sergeant Joe. He's on his
Sergeant
way.
Joe.
He's jumping on a plane.
All righty.
Jumping on a plane to come and see to me, but I don't know. I think he might have gone canoodling with lunch lady. Where are you, Joe?
Probably. Well, lunch lady said he could be in her left ear because I'm in her right ear. So Lizzo said I set my hair on fire once when lighting a ciggy. I was using a new product on my hair. Beth just sat laughing. Somehow that reminds me of what Beth would do.
Oh, did she have a nice birthday, Liz?
Oh, hope she did.
Oh, that throwed on so quick last night, honest to God. Lunch lady saved the day. She said, it's Beth's birthday. I went, oh my God. So I had to go and do a little birthday thing and put it on Leanie's.
Oh, goodness. Maggie, go drink more, honey.
I'm going to get a nice shower and I'll feel better. You get to bed. Anyway, I'm going to go, everyone. Lovely to speak to you. And I'm going to get a shower and listen to this. I'm going to listen to the replay because I want to know it all.
Yes.
So,
You guys make sure that you guys get into, thank you, Pink Fan. Lunch Lady does have a live set up for later today. You guys, make sure you guys.
What time
Lunch
for me,
Lady.
Lee?
I don't even remember, girl. I haven't slept. I don't even remember. I
All
told her I
right,
was
I'll
going to try to
speak
be
to her
there
in a
next.
minute. I'll go and send her a message. All right, girl,
Okay.
you get yourself off. I'm going to drop down. Good night or good day to
Good
everyone.
night.
And
Love you
listen
so
to
much,
you soon.
Max.
Love you, Lee.
Love you. Bye, honey. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you haven't hit the like yet, please do that. Thank you so much to the mods who, they ran chat tonight. Thank you so much for running interference there so that I could read that new ruling put out by the judge 2 days ago. And those of you that hung in there with me through this, I appreciate it so much. I really, really do. Hope to see you guys over at lunch, ladies. If I can wake up, I am going to set my alarm for it, but I don't know. Sometimes I hit it and I'm like, I got to go back to sleep. So I hope to see you over there. If not, y'all be over there and then tell me what happened. I love you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, chat. Thank you for those that hung out in the bushes. Without you guys, I don't have a channel, so I appreciate you. Maggie, you're my heart. I love you so much. Thanks for being here. If you can't be good, add it and send me video because I need content. Love you guys so much. Y'all be good. Bye.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie.